Welcome to Quiet Chronicles. Here in Quiet Chronicles, the Witness series, you do not arrive at Atlantis when the sea is already rising. You arrive before the legend has learned how to end. Your palm rests against a shallow stone bowl, smooth from hands older than your own memory. The bowl is empty for only a moment. Then water gathers inside it, clear and cold, drawn from the spring below Plato's hill, where the first shrine still smells of damp earth and cut reeds. Around you, the island has not yet become gold, bronze, harbor, wall, and song. It is still a place of small paths, low voices, and stones being set carefully, because everyone believes the god is near enough to notice. A reed basket leans beside your knee. Inside it lie barley grains, folded cloth, and little markers for the channels that will soon be cut through the plain. Your fingers pause over them, not because the work is difficult, but because something in you always notices what may be lost before anyone else calls it precious. If these journeys help you settle into another world each week, you may leave a like and subscribe to return when the next Witness Road opens. The story will keep moving softly, whether you hear every word or drift somewhere between them. Now the bowl is lifted in both hands, and beyond the shrine stone, the first ring of water waits for you. Chapter 1. The Bowl Before the Rings. The bowl grows heavier in your hands as the spring water settles into it. Stone remembers touch before it remembers kings, and this one has already learned the shape of many palms. Along its rim, tiny marks remain where older attendants have lifted it for offerings, each mark no wider than a fingernail, each one made by years of careful use. The shrine around you is still small enough that a single lamp can warm most of its walls. Beyond the doorway, Plato's hill rises from the green plain with no crown upon it except grass and low shrubs. The sacred enclosure has not yet become the center of a city. There are no shining walls, no crowded harbors, no royal platforms where names will be spoken as if they were carved into time itself. There is only the hill, the spring, the first cut stones, and the sense that the earth here has been chosen for something larger than anyone can yet hold. The reed basket waits beside your knee. Barley lies inside it in a folded cloth, pale and dry against the darker weave. Beside the grain rest little markers for the channels that will soon be opened through the plain. Trimmed reeds, knotted cords, smooth chips of red stone. Workers will carry them outward after the offering, pressing them into mud where water is meant to go. A city can begin with a king, but it must continue through hands that know how to measure, carry, bind, and return. Melanthos is already at the shrine gate, though no one has announced him. He kneels with one knee in the dust, fitting a plain bronze hinge into a socket that refuses to sit evenly. The old bronze worker does not hurry. His thumb passes over the edge of the metal, feeling what his eyes have already judged. A younger helper stands over him with a polished fitting in both hands, uselessly bright in the morning shade. That one will please the boys who like shine, Melanthos says, without looking up. This one will hold the gate. The helper lowers the polished hinge a little, ashamed of having preferred it. Melanthos takes no pleasure in the boy's embarrassment. He only adjusts the rougher piece again, breathes through his nose, and presses it into place with the steady patience of a man who trusts weight more than promise. You watch the hinge settle. Something in your chest eases when the gate moves without complaint. The water in the bowl touches the base of your fingers. Cold gathers first beneath the nails, then along the creases of your skin. The stone rim is smooth where many hands have worn it, but the underside remains faintly rough, catching against your palm as you lift. Dampness slips from the bowl and rests in the hollow between your thumb and wrist. For a few breaths, the whole world is touch. Cold water, worked stone, reed fibers against your ankle, dust under your folded knee. The body understands the offering before the mind names it. A young temple servant waits near the doorway with his shoulders held too straight. He has been given the task of carrying the first reed markers after you, and importance sits on him like a cloak made for someone older. His eyes move from the basket to the open plain, then to the faint line where men have begun marking the first channel. The line looks fragile from here. It could be mistaken for a path made by goats. Will the water truly hold there? He asks. Melanthos gives the hinge one final test. Water holds where the ground has been taught. The boy looks at you then, wanting more than a craftsman's answer, perhaps wanting the god himself to speak through someone close enough to the bowl. The shrine remains still. Outside, a woman calls to a child, and somewhere below the hill, a wooden mallet taps against stone with the soft persistence of work beginning again. It will hold if we keep returning to it, you say. The words are not large. They do not need to be. The boy nods as if you have handed him something he can carry, and that is enough for the moment. You step through the gate Melanthos has mended, and the hinge gives only a low breath of bronze. The hill path descends in a shallow curve. On either side, wild grass brushes the hem of your garment, and bees move among small flowers with no knowledge of kingdoms. Cleto's old house is gone into sacred memory now, yet the hill still feels domestic in places, as though a woman might step out with wet hands and ask why so many men are measuring her quiet ground. That thought stays with you longer than the sight of the workers. At the lower stone, you pour the first water into a hollow cut for it. The spring water gathers there, clear against gray rock. Barley follows, a small fall of pale grains. No chant rises yet. The formal songs will come later, when there are more priests, more rules, more listeners expecting beauty. For now, the offering is almost household work. Water laid down, grain given, silence kept. Melanthos arrives with the basket tucked against one hip. He is slower on the descent, but he wastes no movement. The young servant follows him, carrying the reed markers as if each one were made of bronze. Together, the three of you walk toward the place where the first ring is being imagined into the earth. The plain opens wider with every step, green and brown and uneven, marked by cords stretched between wooden pegs. Men stand in small groups along the planned channel. Some are royal laborers. Some are farmers whose fields lie close enough to be changed by the work. A few boys carry water skins. A woman with mud on her forearms argues with a surveyor about a line passing too close to her fig trees. No one here looks like a legend. They look hungry, curious, irritated, proud, and uncertain in the ordinary ways people look when the future has entered their fields without asking full permission. From the hilltop, the sacred center seemed separate. Down here, it is clear that nothing can be separated without cost. A channel drawn for protection must pass through soil someone has tended. A ring of water meant to honor Poseidon must be dug by backs that will ache at dusk. You notice the fig trees before you notice the measuring cord, and the noticing troubles you in a way you cannot explain aloud. The surveyor lifts his hand toward the hill. The order comes from above. The woman looks past him, toward the shrine, toward the place where the bowl has just been emptied. Above does not prune these trees. No one answers quickly. Even the boys with the water skins stand still. Melanthos lowers the basket to the ground and studies the line, the trees, the slope, the dark softness of the soil near the roots. His silence does more than another man's speech might have done. At last he takes one reed marker from the servant and moves it half a pace outward. The water can bend before it learns to circle, he says. The surveyor frowns, but not enough to refuse. The woman watches Melanthos for another breath, then turns back to her trees. Her hand rests briefly on the nearest trunk. That small gesture enters you and stays there. Atlantis, before it is Atlantis, already contains the question of what must be moved aside so the grand design can pass. By midday, the first markers stand in the earth. They do not yet make a ring. They make a broken promise of one. From certain angles, the line vanishes behind grass or dips of ground. From others, it appears suddenly, a curve gathering itself around the hill. The young servant grins when he sees it from a low ridge, unable to hide the pleasure of having helped mark something larger than his own steps. Melanthos sits on a stone and eats a heel of bread from his pouch. He breaks off a piece and hands it to the boy, then another to you. The bread is dry, but the body welcomes it. A jar of watered wine passes from hand to hand among the workers, and someone brings olives wrapped in leaves. Track marks darken the soil where feet have gone back and forth all morning. Already the ground is changing under repetition. For a little while, pleasure is allowed to be simple. Bread softens in your mouth. The olives carry salt, bitterness, and sun. The watered wine is thin, but it cools the throat, and the boy laughs after drinking too quickly. Nearby, the woman with the fig trees shares a handful of fruit with two workers who helped move the line. Sweetness opens under your tongue, full and brief, and the day feels less like command than beginning. The first royal sons are spoken of in fragments as people eat. Atlas, eldest and grave. His brothers, each with lands and expectations already gathering around them. No one near you speaks of empire. The word would feel too heavy for this grass. They speak instead of storehouses, future walls, better channels, safer flocks, a road that will not sink in wet months, a place where offerings may be made without climbing through mud. The young servant asks Melanthos whether the city will be beautiful. The old man looks toward the hill, where the shrine gate now turns cleanly on its hinge. If it remembers why it began. The answer quiets the boy, though it does not sadden him. He is still young enough to believe remembering is easy. You look at the reed markers and try to imagine water filling the cut that has not yet been dug, then another ring beyond it, and another, until the hill stands guarded by circles. The image is beautiful. It is also lonely. Afternoon lowers itself gently over the plain. Workers begin lifting tools, tying cords, covering the unfinished marks so animals will not disturb them in the night. The bowl has been returned to the shrine, washed and turned upside down on a clean cloth. Your hands still feel its shape, though they now hold the empty reed basket. Wetness has darkened the lower weave where the spring water touched it. At the shrine threshold, Melanthos checks the hinge once more. The gate moves with a small, faithful sound. He nods to himself, satisfied not because it is impressive, but because it will last through many openings and closings. The young servant places the remaining reed markers beside the wall for morning. Outside, the first line of the future ring lies under the evening light, almost invisible unless you know where to look. You set the wet reed basket beside the shrine stone. A few barley grains cling to its inner corner. Tomorrow, someone will lift it again and carry it farther from the hill, toward the mud where the first channel waits to be taught its curve. For now the basket rests, the hinge holds, and the small shrine keeps its lamp against the coming dark. Chapter 2: The First Water Ring. The reed basket is already moving before the sun has cleared the upper stones of Cleto's hill. It rests against the young servant's hip now, dark along the bottom where yesterday's water soaked through the weave. Each step makes the remaining reed markers shift with a dry whisper. The path down from the shrine has been pressed flatter by many feet, and the grass along its edges leans outward as if the hill itself has begun making room for the work below. You follow close enough to see the basket's damp stain fade in the morning air. The boy has tied a cord around it to keep the markers from spilling, though the knot is poor and too tight. He carries importance with the same stiffness as yesterday, but his face has changed. The line in the earth is no longer a rumor to him. He has slept with it inside his thoughts and woken eager to find it still there. At the edge of the planned channel, men are already cutting into the ground with wooden spades and bronze-edged tools. Mud gathers around their ankles. Pegs stand in uneven intervals, some upright, some leaning where the soil has softened. The first ring is not a ring yet. It is a wound being asked to become protection, a dark opening in the plain that follows the curve of yesterday's markers and loses itself behind a fold of land. Melanthos stands near a flat stone with a measuring cord looped around his forearm. He has brought the hinge maker's patience into a larger task. When a worker curses at a stone buried under the mud, Melanthos does not answer the anger. He only steps down, presses his foot beside the place, and tells the man to dig around it instead of against it. The stone yields slowly, as if persuaded rather than conquered. The boy sets the reed basket at your feet. They began before the offering. They began because the ground was ready, you say. He considers this, then loosens the cord with both hands. The knot resists him. You bend and help, pulling one loop free without making his mistake visible to the others. His shoulders lower when the basket opens. Inside, the reed markers wait pale and straight, ready to be pressed into the widening cut where yesterday there had only been intention. The first canal water has not yet entered the channel, but water is everywhere in smaller forms. It shines in footprints. It gathers in the hollow places left by lifted stones. It darkens the workers' hems and climbs the sides of clay jars set near the path. From the spring above, narrow runnels have been guided downhill to soften the soil, and the whole lower plain seems to breathe through dampness. You climb a half-built platform of packed earth and stone to see the work from above. The view does not yet offer magnificence. It offers patience. A curve appears, disappears, and appears again, marked by men bending, cords tightening, baskets filling, baskets emptying, the slow turning of a plane into a thought made visible. Around Cleto's hill, the future ring lies like a question the earth has agreed to consider. From here, the shrine looks smaller than it felt from inside. The gate Melanthos mended is a narrow, dark line in the pale wall. The bowl cannot be seen, but your hands remember it. Below, the workers are dots of movement along the cut, and the fig trees spared yesterday stand just beyond the altered line. Their leaves catch the morning light while the channel bends around them, not perfectly, but enough. Sight settles over you and holds. Red stone chips glow against wet brown earth. White cords stretch from peg to peg, bright as drawn lines on a tablet. Men's backs bend and rise in slow rhythm, and the first shallow water catches pieces of the sky without becoming the sky itself. The hill stands in the center, green and still, while the unfinished ring gathers around it in broken brightness. For several breaths, the city is nothing but shape trying to arrive. A shout comes from the western side of the cut, not fear, irritation. A messenger in a clean cloak has chosen a dry-looking path and found it less dry than it promised. One sandal has sunk to the ankle, and two workers look away with the disciplined mercy of men trying not to laugh. The messenger holds a sealed tablet above the mud, as if the seal itself might be offended by the place. A woman's voice calls from the lower channel. Not that way, unless your message is meant for the frogs. The workers fail to hide their laughter then. The woman guiding a narrow workboat through the shallow feeder stream does not smile. She uses one pole with easy authority, turning the boat around a half-submerged stone before the messenger can gather his dignity. Her hair is bound away from her face with a strip of faded cloth. Mud marks one sleeve. She looks at the path, then at the man, and points with the pole. "Walk where the reeds lean," she says. "The ground holds there." I was told the overseer stood near the central cut. "He does," she says. "The water does not care what you are told." The messenger hesitates, offended enough to resist but not foolish enough to sink deeper. You step down from the platform as he begins freeing his sandal. The woman brings the boat close to the bank and steadies it with the pole. A coil of wet rope rests near her feet, and a small clay charm hangs from the boat's prow, turning slightly whenever the water moves. "You know this channel already," you say. "I knew it before they called it a channel," she answers. "It was low ground, frogs, reeds, two springs after heavy rain. Now men with cords have discovered it." Her name reaches you from one of the workers, spoken casually as he tosses a basket of mud toward the bank. Nerea. She catches the basket's edge before it tips too far and pushes it back with the side of her foot. No introduction is made. None is needed. She belongs to the place in the way a hand belongs to a familiar tool. The messenger reaches firmer ground at last, breathing harder than his short journey deserves. He looks at you, at the basket, at the shrine path behind you, and decides you are safer to address than Nerea. The eldest son comes today, he says. The platform must be ready before the second meal. The words travel more quickly than he intends. Men straighten along the channel. A few wipe their hands on their tunics. Atlas has been spoken of in fragments, but the name changes weight when carried by a sealed messenger. Eldest son, first among the sons of Poseidon and Plato, the one whose name will settle over the island if the island becomes what its planners believe it can be. Melanthos takes the message before anyone asks him to. He does not break the seal. He only weighs the tablet in his palm, then hands it to the overseer approaching from the central cut. The overseer's face tightens as he reads. His eyes move at once toward the half-built platform, the unfinished edges, the workers resting near the jars, the places where the ring still looks more like mud than destiny. More stone on the inner side, the overseer calls. Clear the west path, raise the rail before he arrives. The morning changes texture. It does not become panic, but it becomes aware of being seen. Men lift stones with new care. Boys carry water faster and spill more of it. The messenger cleans his sandal with a reed and pretends no one is watching. Nerea draws her boat along the feeder stream, bringing small loads of cord and stakes where feet would churn the mud too deeply. Melanthos finds you near the platform and presses a red stone marker into your hand. The rail must stand where the ground will not sink. He says it as instruction, but the look he gives you asks for judgment. The inner side of the platform is firmer, though less pleasing to the eye. The outer side would face the work better, but rests on recently filled soil. You kneel and press your fingers into both places. One gives way, the other resists. The choice is simple if strength matters more than appearance. Here, you say. The overseer glances over, ready to object. Melanthos has already moved. He sets the first support where your hand rests and calls two workers to him. The rail they bring is not yet the bronze one intended for later ceremonies. It is wood strengthened with metal bands, practical and plain. Still, when it rises on the platform, the space around it begins to look official, and the workers look at it differently. The red stone marker has crumbled slightly in your palm. Dust collects in the lines of your skin. You rub thumb against forefinger and watch the color deepen where it meets dampness. Yesterday, the same stone chips marked possibility. Today, crushed into your hand, they mark the cost of making possibility stand upright. Near the feeder stream, Nerea guides the boat beside you without stepping out. If they keep bringing stone by the east path, the bank will fall before sunset. The overseer wants the west cleared for Atlas. Then let Atlas see a bank that still holds. Her tone is dry but not disrespectful. She watches water while others watch rank. That is her authority. You cross to the overseer and repeat what she has said, not as complaint, but as practical necessity. He resists for half a breath, then looks at the east bank, where water has begun to gather under the weight of too many steps. Use the boat, he says. Nerea hears without appearing to listen. The next load of stone travels by water. By the second meal, the platform stands ready enough to be believed. It is not finished. Anyone who has worked on it can see the temporary joins, the fresh packed earth, the places where wood has been made to pretend permanence for a few hours. But from the approach road, with the hill behind it and the canal cut curving below, it offers a vision of order. Sometimes a beginning must look more complete than it is, so those who arrive can imagine helping it become true. Food comes late. Bread, onions, cheese wrapped in cloth, and figs from the woman whose trees were spared. She sends them without ceremony through one of the boys. The figs are soft and sun-warmed, their skins splitting at the touch. Melanthos eats standing up, eyes still on the rail. Nerea sits on the edge of her boat and balances bread on one knee. The young servant gives half his cheese to a smaller child carrying pegs, then looks embarrassed when you notice. You let the sweetness of the fig stay in your mouth. It is easy to hurry past such things when a royal arrival waits on the road, but the body refuses to treat sweetness as unimportant. The fig tastes of the spared tree, of the woman's hand on the trunk, of the slight bend in the channel that allowed both water and fruit to remain. For a few breaths, the future city feels generous, not because it is grand, but because it has made room. The first horns sound from the road while workers are still wiping their hands. No one cheers. The sound is too new, and the ceremony not yet practiced enough for certainty. People turn toward the approach, shading their eyes. A small company descends from the higher road. Attendants, 2 mounted guards, several young men in clean garments, and at their center a figure walking rather than riding. Atlas is not close enough yet for his face to be read, but the space around him behaves differently. Men make room before being told. The overseer folds the tablet against his chest. The messenger straightens his mud-stained cloak. Nerea does not lower her eyes. She only stills her pole and lets the boat rest against the bank. The eldest son stops first at the edge of the cut, not at the platform. That choice passes quietly through the workers. He looks down into the unfinished channel, at the mud, at the men standing in it, at the water not yet admitted to its future path. One of his attendants begins to speak, perhaps to explain what he is seeing, but Atlas raises one hand slightly, and the words end before becoming speech. He steps onto the platform after that. The plane holds its breath in the ordinary way people do when someone powerful stands where they have been laboring. From below, he appears framed by the hill and the half-made ring, caught between sacred beginning and civic ambition. You stand near the base with red dust on your hands and feel the strange distance between the man himself and the name already gathering around him. Atlas rests his palm on the wooden rail. It holds. Melanthos watches the rail, not the prince, and only then allows his shoulders to soften. The overseer speaks of progress, measurements, labor assigned, stones moved, channels marked. His words are useful, but they slide over the surface of the morning. What remains in you is not his report. It is Atlas looking first into the cut. It is Nerea's boat carrying stone because water knew a better road. It is the fig taste still faint on your tongue. It is the red dust darkening the creases of your fingers. When Atlas descends, he passes close enough for the workers nearest you to lower their eyes. His gaze touches the reed basket, the markers, the damp hems, the bent backs, the spared trees. It rests for a moment on Melanthos's hands, then on yours. He says nothing. Perhaps silence is all he can give while the city is still too unfinished for promises. The ceremony ends before the day's work does. Atlas and his company remain near the platform, speaking with overseers and surveyors, while the laborers return to the channel. The first water is guided into a short section near the inner curve. It moves cautiously at first, clouded with mud, carrying bits of grass and loosened soil. Then it finds the slight descent and continues, not as a flood, not as a miracle, but as something obeying the shape prepared for it. The young servant kneels beside the bank and grins as water touches the first reed marker. "It holds," he whispers. "Here," Melanthos says, "for now." The correction is gentle enough not to wound the boy's joy. You are grateful for that. The first ring should be allowed its first small triumph. Water gathers where there was dry earth yesterday. It reflects the underside of the platform, the legs of workers, the pale line of the hill, and for a moment, the moving shape of Atlas as he turns back toward the shrine road. Evening comes with the work still unfinished. Tools are washed, pegs are checked. The reed basket, lighter now, is set upside down on a stone to dry. Your hands remain stained from the markers and the platform supports. No amount of rinsing in the new channel fully clears the color. Red dust clings beneath the nails and along the small cuts made by reed and cord. At the royal platform, the temporary wooden rail has already been touched by many hands. Tomorrow, or the day after, bronze will begin to replace it. Men will polish what today was only made to hold. You stand beside it while the last light leans across the channel, and when your hand rests on the rail, red stone dust leaves your skin and settles along its edge. The dust remains there after you lift your hand, a thin red trace on wood soon to be covered in bronze, almost nothing, easily wiped away. Yet for this night, it marks the place where mud, work, water, and the first nearness of power have met. Behind you, the unfinished ring continues to darken with water, and ahead, the shrine path waits for the next morning's ascent. Chapter 3: Atlas at the Bronze Rail. Red dust settles where your hand left it, a thin stain along the rail that is no longer wood by morning. Bronze has arrived during the early hours, carried up from the lower workshops in wrapped lengths, and laid across the platform while the channel mist still clung to the ground. The old rail has not been discarded. It rests behind the platform in two plain pieces, stripped of its brief importance, useful now only as timber. Men step over it without looking down. You stand close enough to the new rail to see your own faint shape bend across it. The bronze is not polished to a mirror yet, but already it holds light differently from wood. It gathers the morning along its upper edge and returns it in a warmer color, as if the sun has passed through fire before touching your eyes. Red stone dust still marks the support beneath it, half hidden where the metal meets the platform. That small trace steadies you more than the shine. Below, the first water ring continues to learn its path. Overnight it has clouded, cleared, and clouded again, carrying loosened soil from one unfinished curve to another. Workers move along the banks with baskets and tamping poles. The channel is still too shallow in places, too wide in others, but from the platform it reads as intention. The hill stands within the beginning of a circle, and the circle asks everyone who sees it to imagine completion. Damon is beside the platform steps, though you do not know his name until another scribe speaks it sharply from behind a stack of tablets. He does not answer at once. His attention remains fixed on a wax surface held against his palm. With the narrow end of his stylus, he scrapes away a line he has just written, smoothing the wax with the side of his thumb until the words vanish into a dull smear. Damon, the older scribe says again, the count must be clean. It will be clean, the young man replies. The answer is obedient, but his hand does not move like an obedient hand. It pauses over the scraped place. He has removed something he did not want removed, or something he was told should not remain. His eyes lift briefly to the platform, to the bronze rail, to the attendants arranging space for Atlas and his brothers. Then he lowers the stylus again and writes a shorter line. Melanthos notices him too. The bronze worker stands with one shoulder against a post, holding a cloth darkened by metal dust. He has been asked to polish the rail's outer face, but he has left the underside less finished, where only hands will know the difference. His thumb moves once along the lower edge, checking for burrs. The rail must not cut anyone who grips it. Words can be polished faster than bronze, he says, not loudly enough for the older scribe to hear. Damon hears. His stylus stops. You look at the scraped tablet, then at the platform where the city's first public memory is arranging itself. And do they hold as well? Melanthos's mouth shifts, not quite into a smile. That depends on who keeps touching them. The first ceremony of shared kingship begins without a horn. It begins when people stop speaking for reasons they cannot name. The workers along the inner bank slow their movements. The temple attendants step back from the platform. The older scribe gathers his tablets against his chest. Even the water below seems to move more softly, though it has been given no command to do so. Atlas comes from the shrine path on foot again, and this time his brothers come with him. They are not yet the distant 10 kings of later telling. They are men standing under the weight of inheritance before habit has hardened it into rank. Some are young enough that pride still shows quickly in the jaw. Some carry silence better. Their garments are clean, their hair bound, their attendants careful around them. Yet the platform is narrow, the bronze rail newly fixed, and each man must find his place without appearing to search for it. Atlas reaches the rail first. His hand rests where your dust had marked the support below. No one else sees the red trace. The bronze takes his palm, and the sound is small, almost dry, skin meeting metal warmed by morning. He does not grip as a man claiming possession. He steadies himself as a man who understands that many eyes have made his body heavier. From this distance, the legend around him thins. He is tall, yes, and grave in the way people expect the eldest to be grave. But his face holds the strain of listening to too many futures at once. The line between his brows is not anger. It is calculation, restraint, and something lonelier than either. When he looks across the channel, he does not seem to see a finished empire. He seems to see all the labor still required to make others believe one can exist. His brothers arrange themselves behind and beside him, each receiving a portion of the island by word, by law, by sacred expectation. The priest speaks of Poseidon and Cleito. He speaks of the hill, the spring, the division of lands, the ring of water that will guard the center, the plain beyond, the mountains beyond the plain, the harbors that will come when the channels deepen. His voice carries well, but it is not the voice that fills the platform. The fuller sound is the silence of men deciding how much of themselves to surrender to order. Atlas turns slightly, and for a moment his face is close enough that you see where sleeplessness has touched the skin beneath his eyes. A small nick lies near the base of his thumb, badly hidden by clean oil. He has worked at something, or fought with something, or refused to let an attendant do every small task for him. That mark makes him more present than the words being spoken over him. When the priest offers the first bronze cup, Atlas takes it carefully. His fingers do not tremble. The cup passes from brother to brother. Each drinks, each returns it, each receives the gaze of those gathered below. No one cheers. The city is not yet practiced in ceremonies of power. It watches with the uncertain hunger of people seeing a shape settle over their lives. Sound gathers and narrows. The bronze rail gives a faint note when Atlas shifts his hand against it. Wax tablets receive stylus marks below the platform, each scrape thin and steady. A cord creaks somewhere along the channel bank as workers hold a temporary brace in place. The priest's words move over these smaller sounds without erasing them. Even breath becomes part of the ceremony, held, released, held again. In that listening, you feel how a city begins not only when stone is laid, but when many people agree to hear the same words as binding. Atlas looks toward the attendants at the platform edge. His gaze stops on you, not because you are important, but because you hold the bronze cup's cloth and stand where the ritual requires someone to stand. Still, the nearness of recognition enters the body before thought can soften it. Asterion, he says, reading your name from the priest's earlier instruction or from memory you did not know he had made. The cup. Your name is ordinary in his mouth and heavier because of that. You step forward and receive the bronze cup when he gives it back. The metal is warm from many hands. Its rim carries a faint line of water and wine. You lower it into the cloth, and for a breath, the world becomes the distance between his hand leaving the cup and yours closing around it. Damon writes the exchange down, then hesitates. The older scribe leans toward him. Names of attendants are not required. Damon's stylus hovers. He spoke it. The king will speak many things. Then the record will grow. The older scribe looks at him sharply, but the ceremony's silence protects the younger man from rebuke. Damon does not look proud. He looks afraid of the small honesty he has chosen. The line remains. Melanthos, still beside the platform support, draws the polishing cloth once across the bronze and stops when it shines enough. Not perfectly. Enough. His eyes follow the cup as you carry it back toward the shrine table. Soon they will cover the temple doors in metal, he says. They want the god honored. They want the god impressed. The difference sits between you. On the platform, the priest raises both hands. The brothers step closer to Atlas, and the first formal division of lands is spoken aloud. Names attach themselves to regions, mountains, plains, settlements, future harbors, grazing lands, places where canals will reach, places where canals will reach, places where canals will reach. The island listens as if listening can make the arrangement just. You look toward the lower channel. Workers have stopped fully now. Mud dries on their legs while the fate of lands passes through voices above them. The woman with the fig tree stands near the outer edge, arms folded. Her trees remain because the water bent, but the ceremony does not mention bending. Law prefers straightness when spoken from platforms. Atlas receives the final words without visible pleasure. He rests both hands on the bronze rail. The younger brothers look to him, and for the first time you understand that authority is not only a height from which a man commands. It is also a place where other men place their hunger and call it loyalty. After the formal words, Atlas steps down from the platform. The movement is unexpected. The attendants shift to follow, but he walks first toward the channel instead of the shrine. His sandals darken near the muddy edge. The workers there lower their eyes, then raise them again when he asks for the tamping pole from the nearest man. The worker freezes. Then he gives it. Atlas presses the pole into the bank where the soil has begun to loosen. He does not do it expertly. Nerea, who has been standing with one foot in her boat, watches with the severe patience of someone allowing a powerful man to learn what water already knows. Atlas presses again, harder this time, and the bank firms under the pole. The act is brief. It changes nothing large, yet the workers remember to breathe. One of the younger brothers laughs softly from the platform, not cruelly, but with the discomfort of seeing rank step into mud. Atlas does not turn. Nerea does. Press near the root, she calls to him, not the shine. Several men glance at her in alarm. The words could be taken as insolence if someone wanted trouble. Atlas pauses, looks down, sees the reed root she means, and shifts the pole. This time, the mud holds better. Like that? He asks. Like that, Nerea answers. No one knows what to do with the exchange, so everyone lets it pass into the day as work. Atlas returns the pole to the laborer. Mud marks the lower edge of his garment. The stain pleases you more than the bronze rail did. It will be washed out before evening, perhaps, but for now it remains proof that the first king has felt the ground resist him. The ceremony loosens after that. People speak again, first softly, Then, in ordinary tones, bread and watered wine are brought to the workers. The brothers remain near the platform, receiving men who want favor, guidance, permission, or merely the memory of having stood close. Damon continues writing. Every so often, his thumb passes over a line, but he removes fewer words now. You carry used cups and folded cloths back toward the temple table. The bronze cup Atlas held rests heavier than the others, though it is the same size. The mind gives weight to contact. At the edge of the platform, Melanthos has left a chisel on a flat stone while fitting a small bronze plate near the threshold. Its handle is worn dark where his fingers have held it for years. The younger helper from yesterday lifts a decorative strip and holds it against the rail. This would make the front finer. Melanthos does not look up. Finer for whom? For those who see it, and those who hold it. The boy lowers the strip. He has learned enough not to answer quickly. Melanthos taps the underside of the rail with the back of his knuckle. A thing meant to be held should remember the hand first. Damon, passing with tablets tucked beneath one arm, hears this and stops. Should records remember the hand too? Melanthos turns his head slowly. If they do not, they remember only the man who ordered them made. Damon receives the words like a tool too sharp to hold carelessly. He nods once and moves on, but his pace has changed. He no longer walks like a young man hurrying to serve a record. He walks like someone beginning to understand that a record may need service from him. Afternoon thickens. The first division ceremony has ended, but the work it justified has only widened. New markers are carried outward. More men arrive from the outer farms. The platform is no longer just a platform. It is now the place where people will point when saying where the law was first spoken. The bronze rail will be polished until no dust remains, but you know the red trace lies beneath its support, hidden and stubborn. Near the shrine gate, the young servant washes the offering bowl. He is careful today, less stiff. His hands move with a confidence earned not from being praised, but from having carried something and seen it matter. He sets the bowl upside down on the cloth and glances toward the platform where Atlas still speaks with the overseer. He looked tired, the boy says. He did. I thought kings would not look tired. You fold the cup cloth once, then again. Perhaps that is how you know they are carrying something real. The boy thinks about this. Outside, someone laughs near the channel, and the sound rises briefly over the soft movement of water. The day has not become solemn from ceremony. It has become fuller. Atlantis has received its first arrangement of power, and yet men still need food, tools still need washing, mud still needs pressing back into place. As evening approaches, Atlas and his brothers return toward the upper road. The platform remains behind them, suddenly empty and more itself. Without bodies on it, the bronze rail catches the low light in a single calm line. Melanthos gathers his tools one by one. He wipes the chisel, checks its edge, and sets it near the temple threshold while he lifts a heavier tool into his bag. He forgets the chisel there. You notice, but you do not call him back at once. The small tool rests beside the threshold stone, worn handle turned toward the path, bronze edge dulled by honest use. Around it, footprints cross and recross, priest, worker, scribe, servant, king. Tomorrow, someone will take it up again. Tonight, it lies where sacred space and civic labor meet, holding the day more truthfully than the polished rail. The first lamps are being lit inside the shrine. Water moves below the hill with a sound still too narrow to be called a canal, but no longer only a stream. Damon passes once more with his tablets wrapped in cloth, and his eyes fall to the forgotten chisel. He does not pick it up. He only looks at it, then at you, as if both of you understand that some tools must remain visible a little longer. You leave it there while the evening settles. The bronze chisel rests by the temple threshold, gathering the last red light along its edge, waiting for the hand that will carry it into the next morning's work. Chapter 4: The Harbor Learns Its Voices. The chisel is already in another hand when morning reaches the lower stones. Melanthos has not lost it after all, or perhaps someone has returned it before the day could accuse him. Its bronze edge presses into a block of red harbor stone, while a young worker steadies the surface with both palms. Each mark is shallow at first, then deepened by patient repetition, a small cut becoming a guide for where the next stone will sit. You stand near the inner harbor works with a jar of temple oil tucked against your side. The path from Cleto's hill has lengthened without moving. More feet use it now, and each day adds a new reason to descend: a platform to bless, a stone to mark, a boat to receive, a measure to confirm, a song to carry from the shrine into a place that no longer feels like a field. The first ring of water has widened. Beyond it, another cut has begun, rough and brown, waiting for the channels that will draw the sea inward. The harbor is not yet the great harbor it will become, but it has learned noise. Wood scrapes against stone where small boats nudge the bank. Men call for rope, wedges, baskets, water, more hands. A donkey refuses a load near the path and plants its hooves with a dignity that no overseer can overcome. Clay jars stand in rows under woven covers, and the smell of pitch has begun to live in the air, sharp and dark, clinging to tunics long after men leave the work. Melanthos takes the chisel back and checks the line cut into the stone. He does not praise the young worker, but he lets the silence remain kind. Then he lowers the chisel again and widens the mark with 2 careful taps. The stone receives the correction without complaint. Around him, men hurry because the harbor is beginning to ask for more than any one craft can give. But Melanthos still works at the pace of things meant to endure. A small boat noses through the feeder channel, and Nerea stands in it as if the water beneath her feet were a road she had walked since childhood. She pushes away from a half-sunk post with one pole, turns the boat between 2 floating bundles of reeds, and brings it close enough that the jar of temple oil can pass from your hands to hers without either of you stepping into the mud. "You are late," she says. The oil was sealed at dawn. The water began before dawn. She takes the jar and sets it against a folded cloth near her feet. No gratitude is spoken, but her pole shifts to hold the boat steady until you step in. The movement is small, almost invisible to anyone watching from the bank. Still, it saves your sandal from the worst of the mud, and that is her way of making room. The boat glides into the inner water. Behind you, the marked harbor stones grow smaller. Ahead, the channel opens toward the place where the first proper docks are being fitted along the ring. The water is still clouded from cutting and carrying, but it has begun to accept traffic. It holds the reflections of poles, unfinished walls, hanging ropes, the bowed backs of workers, and the underside of boats with their seams freshly darkened by pitch. The harbor smell thickens as you move deeper into it. Oil rests heavy on the air, warm even before the day has grown warm. Salt arrives in broken threads from the outer channel, not strong yet, but present, a promise of the sea being invited inward. Wet rope gives off a sour fiber smell where it lies coiled in the boats. Grain sacks breathe dust into the dampness, and animal hides, stacked under shade, add their raw living edge. For 2 or 3 breaths, the whole harbor becomes smell before it becomes sight. Oil, salt, rope, grain, hide, mud, and the faint sweetness of crushed reeds beneath the boat. Nerea guides you past a work crew setting posts into the bank. One man stands waist-deep in brown water, steadying the post while another drops stones around its base. The man in the water has tied a strip of cloth around his forehead to keep sweat from his eyes. He laughs when the post finally holds, not because the work is finished, but because one stubborn thing has agreed to remain upright. By next season, Nerea says, boats will be waiting 3 deep here. You sound displeased. I sound awake. The answer sits between the gentle slap of water against the hull. Nerea's eyes move constantly. Bank, current, pole depth, rope line, men's feet, loosened stone, drifting reed bundle. She knows the harbor not as a plan, but as behavior. Where others see a ring, she sees what water has accepted, what it resists, and what it will take back if men grow careless. At the dock shrine, you step onto a flat stone still damp from washing. The little shrine is no higher than your chest, built into the bank where boats can pause before entering the inner ring. It holds a small image of Poseidon, rough carved, with the god's face left almost plain. The oil jar is opened. You pour a little into a shallow cup, touch the rim to the stone, and watch the surface catch light in a thin golden skin. No great chant accompanies it. A dock worker lowers his head because he happens to be near. Another wipes his hands before touching the shrine edge. Nerea remains in the boat, pole planted, gaze moving past reverence toward a barge coming too close to the bank. Sacred attention and practical attention share the same breath here. Neither can safely dismiss the other. A young court musician arrives after the offering, carrying a polished lyre wrapped in dyed cloth. He has not come down through the mud willingly. It shows in the way he lifts his hem and steps only on stones already trusted by others. Behind him, a girl stands with a small frame drum tucked under one arm. She is younger than the court musician by several years, and she keeps her eyes lowered, not from emptiness, but from concentration. Her lips move faintly around a melody not yet allowed into the air. The musician looks at the dock shrine and then at the little gathering of workers, boatmen, and carriers. The dedication song should be brighter, he says to no one in particular. The court version will carry better across water. The girl's fingers tighten on the frame of the drum. The older melody still moves silently at her mouth. "What were you singing?" you ask her. She looks up quickly, as if surprised that anyone has heard what she did not voice. "The Hill Hymn." The musician exhales through his nose. Too old for a harbor, too narrow. Nerea's pole stops moving. The boat holds still against the stone. The girl lowers her eyes again. It was sung before the first channel. "Exactly," the musician says. "Before. This is not before." You look at the dock shrine, at the plain face of the god in the stone, at the oil still shining on the cup. Then you look toward the water rings, where everything new depends on remembering why the first cut was made. "Sing it once," you say. The musician turns toward you, measuring whether your place gives you the right to interfere. Temple oil still marks your hand. That is enough, or near enough, and he chooses not to challenge it openly. The girl lifts the frame drum slightly. When her voice comes, it is quiet at first, almost hidden under the harbor's labor. The melody has no wish to impress. It moves as the hill path moves, plain and ascending, then resting on a note that feels like water held in a bowl. A few workers continue lifting stones. One slows. Another turns his head. Nerea does not look at the girl, but the boat remains steady, as though the pole has become a listening thing. The court musician's jaw tightens because the song carries after all, not across water in the manner he values, but through people who have heard something they did not know they missed. When the song ends, the harbor does not applaud. That would be too sharp a response for what has happened. A man near the post simply touches 2 fingers to his forehead. The girl lowers the drum. Her name comes from an older temple woman who has arrived with folded cloths for the shrine. "Lasara," the woman says softly, "keep the beat slower next time. Let the stone hear it." Lasara nods, and in that nod you see both relief and a new burden. A song defended once must often be defended again. Damon appears near the record table set under an awning of rough cloth. He is cleaner than the harbor around him, though not untouched by it. A smear of wax marks one cuff. 3 tablets lie before him, each divided by careful lines. Men come and go, giving numbers, jars received, posts set, stone loads delivered, boats registered, rope coils missing, oil used, grain spoiled by dampness. Damon writes quickly, but not carelessly. He notices you before you reach the table. The dock shrine is marked as complete. It is barely begun. That is not the same category. His voice is tired enough to make the words honest rather than proud. He looks toward the small shrine where Lasara is rapping her drum. They want the harbor counted by sunset. If a thing can receive oil, it is complete enough for the record. And for the god? Damon does not answer at once. His stylus rests across the tablet. The god does not ask me for totals. A barge arrives from the outer cut while he speaks, heavy with timber. The men guiding it shout over one another, each certain that his warning matters most. Nerea pushes away from the dock and slides her boat toward them before the barge can drift crosswise. Her voice cuts through the confusion without rising much. Left pole down. Not there. Down. Let the rope breathe. The rope tightens, then slackens, then tightens again properly. The barge turns. One timber knocks against another with a hollow sound, but nothing spills. The men look embarrassed by their obedience after the danger passes. Nerea has already moved on. The harbor grows around the day. One boat leaves with empty jars. Another arrives with cut stone. Boys carry baskets of shell and sand. A woman sells cooked lentils from a pot set in the shade of an unfinished wall. The court musician finds a place away from the mud and tests bright fragments of his own dedication song, each one more decorated than the hill hymn. Lysera listens while pretending not to. Melanthos comes down from the stone line with the chisel tucked through his belt. He accepts a bowl of lentils and sits on an overturned basket near the record awning. Damon gives him space without being asked. The old bronze worker eats slowly, blowing on each spoonful. Steam touches his face and softens the metal dust along his cheek. You have enough numbers here to build a second harbor, Melanthos says. Damon glances at the tablets. Numbers are lighter than stone. Not when men start standing on them. Damon's eyes lower, but he does not scrape anything away. They ask for growth. More boats, more timber, more storehouses, more hands. And what do you write? What arrives? Melanthos dips bread into the lentils. Then write also what leaves. The words do not accuse him. They make a doorway. Damon looks toward the channel where an empty boat is being pulled back toward the outer works. For a moment, his face shows the change before he can hide it. He has been recording arrival as proof of strength. Now departure has entered the same page. Later, when the strongest heat has passed, food spreads through the harbor in small, grateful circles. Lentils, bread, onions, olives, and fish cooked on flat stones near the bank. Someone has brought figs again, fewer this time, and they are shared carefully. Nerea sits with one foot still in her boat, eating as if she may need to stand at any moment. Lysera sits near the shrine steps, holding her bowl with both hands. Damon joins only after the older scribe leaves the awning. For a while, the harbor stops trying to become impressive. It becomes human. Bread tears unevenly. Oil shines on fingertips. Fish flakes apart under thumb pressure, hot and tender, and the salt of it meets the sweetness of onions softened by fire. Someone laughs when a child steals an olive and makes a face at the bitterness. Nerea hands the child a piece of bread without turning it into kindness anyone has to answer for. Lysera tastes the lentils and smiles before she remembers to be shy. There is coriander in this. The woman who cooked them lifts her chin. From a trader who said it came from farther than his feet have ever walked. Is that true? The child asks. Nerea swallows. Most traders have tongues longer than their roads. The child considers this and steals another olive anyway. The pleasure of the meal lingers because no one hurries it. The city may be growing, the records may be filling, the channels may be deepening, but a warm bowl still asks the hand to slow. You let the fish, bread, and oil settle into the body as a kind of answer to the morning's noise. Atlantis is not only what kings divide and scribes count. It is this too: a child's bitter face, a woman's seasoned pot, a canal pilot eating with one foot ready for water, a temple singer discovering that an old hymn can survive beside a new dock. Afternoon returns everyone to work, but softer. Damon adds a new column to one tablet. You see only the heading before his sleeve shifts, sent outward. He does not look at you when he writes it. Melanthos sees and says nothing. Silence can be approval when given by a man who does not waste it. The court musician finally performs the brighter dedication song near the dock shrine. It is skillful, clean, and shaped to carry across water. The notes rise neatly, each one polished like a quart cup. People listen. Some even enjoy it. Yet when the final note fades, an older dock worker hums the hill hymn under his breath while tying a rope, and Lasara hears him. Her shoulders lower as if some private fear has loosened. Nerea brings her boat alongside the shrine stone near sunset. The jar of temple oil is empty now, wiped clean and sealed for return. Coils of rope lie in the bottom of the boat, each one marked by use. One rope near the prow is darker than the rest, stiff with salt and oil, and when she lifts it, the fibers leave a shining line across her palm. "This one will hold the night barge," she says. It looks worn. It knows the work. She coils it again with practiced turns. Over, under, draw in, lay flat. No movement is wasted. The rope settles into itself like a sleeping animal. Nearby, Lasara wraps her drum. Damon closes the tablets. Melanthos washes the chisel at the bank and dries it immediately, unwilling to let water believe it has any claim on bronze. The harbor's voices thin as evening gathers. The donkey that refused its load in the morning now walks freely, led by a boy who has given up persuading it and chosen companionship instead. Workers cover the stone marks. The dock shrine holds a faint sheen where oil has touched it. The plain-faced god looks out over water that is no longer only water, but road, boundary, promise, and appetite. You step back into Nerea's boat for the return toward the inner ring. The movement of the water is gentler now under the cooling air. Behind you, someone begins the hill hymn softly, not as performance, only as a way to make the workday end. Lasara does not join at first. Then her voice enters beneath the older dock workers, low enough that it seems to come from the stones themselves. Nerea pushes away from the bank. The salt and oil rope remains coiled by her feet, ready for the night barge. Its smell rises each time the boat rocks, dark and clean and full of labor. As the harbor recedes behind you, the rope tightens once against the prow ring, then rests again, waiting for the next pull of water. Chapter 5: The Merchant Ring. The rope tightens before the boat has fully left the inner harbor. Nerea feels it through her foot before the rest of you see the strain. She shifts her weight, lets the prow turn half a hand's width, and the salt and oil coil by her feet gives a low fibered complaint as it draws against the prow ring. The night barge ahead of you has taken the deeper line into the merchant ring, heavy with jars packed in straw, and your smaller boat follows in its wake where the water has already been opened. Morning has not reached the outer walls evenly. Light lies first along the upper stones, then drops in narrow strips across the water. The rings of Atlantis have begun to look less like cuts in the earth and more like decisions fulfilled. Banks once raw with mud now hold fitted stone. Steps descend into the canals. Painted posts mark loading places. Bronze hooks, wooden cranes, rope bridges, storage sheds, awnings, and little shrines have gathered where yesterday's plain once tried to remain itself. Nerea does not look impressed. Her pole moves against the water with the same careful pressure as before, though the channel is wider now and the boat traffic thicker. She reads the movement between hulls, the pull of cargo, the impatience of men who think a loud voice can deepen water. When the barge ahead drifts too near a turning boat loaded with timber, she lets the rope breathe for a moment, then draws it tight again. The two vessels pass with no more than a soft knock of wood. The merchant ring opens around you like a market taught to float. Boats cluster along the inner bank, their hulls carrying grain, copper ingots, dyed cloth, jars of oil, salt fish, timber, hides, baskets of fruit, and cages of restless birds whose cries rise whenever a shadow passes over them. Men from the hills stand beside men from the sea. Women with tally cords move from boat to awning, counting faster than some scribes can write. Children carry cups of water through gaps no adult body could manage. A trader with a red scarf argues beside a stack of cedar planks. A potter unwraps bowls painted with dark spirals. Two boys roll a barrel too quickly and chase it down a slope, while their father pretends not to enjoy the sight. Everywhere, hands move, lifting, measuring, tying, pointing, weighing, blessing, refusing, accepting. Atlantis has learned trade not as an idea, but as 1,000 small negotiations between desire and weight. You carry a folded temple cloth under one arm, sent from the central shrine to cover the first weighing table dedicated this morning. The cloth is plain linen, not royal purple, and you are glad of its plainness. Here, surrounded by color and bargaining, something unadorned feels like a small act of memory. The merchant ring dazzles easily. It does not need help. Nerea brings the boat beside a stone landing marked with a blue post. The rope slackens. She steps out first and ties the prow with a knot so quick it seems less made than remembered. A harbor boy reaches for the temple cloth before you have both feet on the stone, but Nerea's hand closes around his wrist. "Clean hands," she says. The boy looks offended, then looks at his palms, sticky with fruit juice and pitch dust. He wipes them on his tunic, makes them worse, and runs toward a water jar. Nerea releases him without triumph. She has already turned to a passing boatman whose stern is drifting where it should not. The weighing table stands under an awning of woven reed. Damon waits there with 3 tablets, a stylus tucked behind one ear, and a face that has learned to look calm while numbers multiply beyond comfort. He is speaking with an overseer when you arrive. The overseer's rings flash as he gestures toward the goods piled behind him. Record arrivals first, the overseer says. The king's storehouses must know what strength enters the city. Damon's eyes flick toward you, then toward the departing boats on the far side of the ring. And what leaves? What leaves has already served its purpose. Damon lowers his stylus. Then the record will be proud and blind. The overseer's mouth tightens. He is not used to resistance from young scribes, especially resistance delivered without heat. Before he can answer, Melanthos arrives carrying a narrow bronze weight in one hand. He sets it on the table with enough force to end the conversation without seeming to interrupt it. "The measure is wrong," he says. The overseer turns his irritation toward safer ground. Wrong? Too light. It was cast last month. Then it has been wrong since last month. Damon's hand moves at once. He marks the tablet, not hiding the correction. The overseer watches him write and chooses not to challenge two men at once. Melanthos lifts the bronze weight again, turns it over, and shows you the underside. A thin shaving has been taken from the base. Not much. Enough to favor the man using it over the man trusting it. The cloth is spread over the weighing table after the measure is replaced. Its linen surface softens the scarred wood beneath. Grain dust settles on it almost immediately. So does sunlight. Damon places one tablet on the edge and writes the dedication without ceremony. Nerea stands near the blue post, arms folded, watching not the ritual but the men already waiting to use the table. Melanthos leans close enough that only you and Damon hear him. A city can become heavy with things and still feel hungry. Damon does not look up. Hunger fills storehouses. No, Melanthos says. Fear does. Hunger empties them. The words remain under the awning after he walks away. Damon writes another line. He has added a column since the harbor dedication, and now another appears beside it. Arrived. Sent outward. Held back. The three headings sit like small doors into the truth of the ring. You spend the late morning crossing from stall to stall with Damon as he checks goods promised to the temple and goods owed to the royal stores. Copper is stacked in dull red bars. Tin lies in smaller pieces, pale and unlovely until a craftsman explains what it can become. A tray of orichalcum fragments is brought under guard, and men around it lower their voices as if brightness itself has rank. The metal gleams with a strange warmth, neither gold nor bronze, and the merchant who presents it watches the watchers more than the tray. Damon records the weight for the inner temple facing. So they say, the merchant answers. Melanthos, who has returned with the corrected measure, looks at the fragments without reaching for them. The god will know whether it is reverence or advertisement. The merchant smiles carefully, deciding whether the old man is safe to dismiss. The god deserves the finest. The finest does not always shine. A silence passes, not long enough to become open conflict, long enough for Damon to write slowly and for you to notice the guarded tray before the grain sacks, the metal before the bread. Something in the city has begun teaching the eyes what to value first. At midday, the merchant ring gives itself over to food, not completely. A market never fully stops, but bargaining softens. Boats settle into their moorings, and shade becomes more important than speed. Under a wide awning near the blue post, a meal is laid for workers, scribes, pilots, guards, and a few merchants eager to be seen giving generously. No one names it a feast at first. The word would invite ceremony, yet the table keeps lengthening. Bread arrives first, round loaves torn into uneven halves. Then fish cooked with oil and herbs, skins crisp dark along the edges. Bowls of lentils follow, thicker than those at the harbor, with coriander and crushed garlic. There are onions roasted until their sharpness has turned sweet, olives black and green, goat cheese wrapped in leaves, figs, pomegranates split open to show their red chambers, and small cakes made with honey so fragrant that even Nerea looks at them twice. The first bite of fish is hot enough to make you wait before swallowing. Oil touches the tongue, then salt, then the soft white flesh beneath the crisp skin. Bread catches what falls from it. The roasted onion gives way under your teeth, sweet and smoky, and the lentils settle warm in the mouth with garlic at the back of the breath. A fig splits between your fingers, its flesh soft as if the sun has been stored inside it. For a while, the whole city reduces itself to taste: salt, oil, smoke, honey, fruit, bread, and the clean bitterness of an olive eaten after sweetness. Lysara sits across from you, holding a honey cake in both hands, as if it might vanish if she trusts it too quickly. She has been brought to the merchant ring with 2 other temple singers to prepare a blessing for the new trade shrine near the outer bank. The court musician is not with her today. Without him, her shoulders rest lower. "This is better than temple barley," she says, then looks guilty. "Temple barley has heard worse insults," you answer. Nerea breaks a honey cake in half and gives one piece to a child watching from behind a basket of rope. Eat it before a trader names a price for the smell. The child obeys with solemn speed. Damon joins late, carrying his tablet even to the meal. Nerea looks at it, then at him. If you write while eating, the food will think you doubt it. He sets the tablet aside. The food is safer than the figures. Melanthos tears bread and dips it into lentils. Figures are safe, men are not. Damon almost smiles. Not quite. His eyes move to the merchant with the orichalcum tray, who is now laughing beside a royal guard. The storehouses are fuller than last season. "And your face is thinner," Nerea says. That lands more gently than it might have from someone else. Damon takes bread, eats, and lets the first mouthful silence him. Lysara watches him with the careful sympathy of someone who knows what it is to carry a duty that older people call honor because they do not have to hold it in young hands. The meal lasts long enough to become memory. A man from the hills tells a story about a goat that wandered into a copper cart and refused to leave until fed dates. A sailor from the outer coast claims he has seen fish with eyes like polished stone. Nerea says she believes the fish more than the sailor. Laughter moves through the awning, and does not need permission from any king. For those moments, abundance feels like blessing rather than appetite. There is enough bread to pass without counting, enough fish for second portions, enough honey on the cakes that fingers shine after eating. You let the pleasure remain full. The warmth in the stomach, the shade on the neck, the child licking honey from one knuckle, Lasara humming the hill hymn under the market noise, Damon's tablet lying closed beside him, Melanthos chewing slowly as if each bite deserves judgment and approval. When the meal thins, the ring returns to its measures. Goods move again. Voices rise again. Damon wipes oil from his hands before touching the tablet. The headings wait for him. Arrived. Sent outward. Held back. He adds numbers beneath each, and for the first time you see him pause, not over what enters the city, but over what the city refuses to release. A royal storekeeper brings a list written on smoother wax than most. These shipments are to be held for inner works. Damon reads, all of them? By order. 3 outer districts requested grain. They requested. The order answers. Nerea, standing near enough to hear, looks toward the outer canal. She says nothing yet. Her silence is not agreement. It is a rope being drawn through the hand before the knot is made. Lasara has moved to the trade shrine where the temple singers prepare the blessing. The court has sent a new song after all, copied on a strip of fine cloth. One of the older singers unfolds it and frowns at the unfamiliar phrasing. The words praise prosperity, ships, royal wisdom, storehouses, and the widening reach of Atlantis. They do not mention the hill. They do not mention the spring. They do not mention Cleto's name. Lasara looks across the ring toward you. You walk to her before she has to ask, can the old hymn sit beneath it? The court version leaves no room. Then make room before the first line. The older singer hears and considers. She is no rebel. Her life has been spent keeping ritual intact by bending where breaking would destroy it. At last she nods. 4 beats before the court song. Lasara's relief is small but visible. When the blessing begins, the first 4 beats are hers, slow and low on the frame drum. The hill hymn does not fully appear. It only breathes once beneath the polished words, like a root left under new stone. Most listeners do not notice. You do. Nerea does. Damon's stylus pauses when he hears it. The afternoon brings a group of royal buyers to the Orichalca merchant. Their attendants carry cloth bags sealed with the mark of Atlas. The merchant bows lower than he bowed at the temple table. You watch the fragments lifted, weighed, wrapped, recorded, removed. Their brightness disappears into cloth. Men still look after them. Melanthos stands beside you. They will put it on the temple walls. Would that be wrong? Not if the wall remembers the prayer beneath it. He reaches into his pouch and takes out the shaved bronze weight from the morning. Somehow he has kept it. He holds it flat on his palm, dull and guilty. Small thefts teach large ones how to stand. Across the ring, Damon is asked to record the orichalcum as a gift. You see him read the order twice. The royal buyer waits. Damon's stylus touches the wax. "Purchase," he says. The buyer's face hardens. "Gift to the temple. Paid from the king's sealed bags." "A gift," the buyer repeats. Damon looks toward the trade shrine where Lysera is rapping her drum, then toward Melanthos's palm where the shaved weight rests. His voice remains low. "A purchase for the temple." The buyer steps closer. For a moment, the ring's noise continues around the small danger without noticing it. Then Melanthos moves, not between them, but to the weighing table, where he places the shaved weight in open view. Nerea comes up from the blue post with a length of rope over one shoulder. She says nothing. She does not need to. The buyer looks at the weight, at the canal pilot, at the old bronze worker, at the young scribe who has chosen a word, and decides the correction is not worth a public quarrel. "Write what you like," he says. Damon writes what happened. Evening approaches with accounts still unfinished. The merchant ring glows in fragments, oil lamps under awnings, last light on bronze hooks, red fruit skins discarded near a drain, dark water between hulls. The air holds the remains of food and labor, sweet honey, fish smoke, wet rope, warm bodies, metal dust, and the sour edge of spilled wine. Atlantis feels rich enough to feed everyone and organized enough to forget some of them. Nerea walks with you to the landing. The held-back grain will trouble the outer districts. "You think the order will change?" "I think hunger changes orders when men will not." Her words are not dramatic. They have the weight of someone who has watched water find low ground all her life. She unties the boat. The same salt and oil rope slides through her hands, darkening her palm again. It has worked all day and still holds. Damon arrives before you step into the boat. He carries one tablet folded in a waxed cloth. His expression is careful, but care has not hidden worry. "I need this kept at the temple tonight," he says. Nerea looks at the tablet. Records sleep now. This one should not sleep in the archive. Melanthos, who has followed more slowly, hears enough. Then it has learned to tell the truth. Damon presses the folded tablet into your hands. It is warm from his grip. Not heavy, not large, yet it changes the shape of your evening as soon as you hold it. Under the waxed cloth are numbers that someone may want softened by morning, grain held back, metal renamed, purchases called gifts, departures left uncounted unless a young scribe insists on them. Lysara comes from the shrine steps, with her drum wrapped against her chest. Will there be trouble? Damon looks at her, and whatever answer he first considered becomes gentler, only the kind that begins as ink. "Wax," Melanthos says. Damon almost smiles again. "Wax, then." The boat leaves the merchant ring as the last market voices fold into evening. Behind you, lamps appear one by one along the awnings, each reflection trembling in the canal. Ahead, the inner ring lies calmer, darker, closer to the hill. Nerea pulls without speaking. Lysara hums 4 slow beats beneath her breath, the little space she made before the court song. Melanthos sits near the prow with the shaved weight closed in his fist. The folded wax tablet rests under Damon's palm until you reach the temple landing. He does not release it fully until your hand is ready beneath his. For a breath, both of you hold the same small record between you, warm, fragile, and more dangerous than its size suggests. Then he lets go, and the tablet passes into the shadow of the shrine. Chapter 6: The Archive of Measured Things. The tablet opens in the council archive beneath a lamp that has burned since before dawn. Its wax surface has softened slightly from the warmth of Damon's palm and hardened again in the cooler air of the inner chamber. When the cloth is unfolded, the first thing you see is not the numbers themselves, but the small marks where his stylus pressed too hard. Truth has weight even in wax, and his hand has left proof of carrying it. The archive lies below the western side of the temple court, close enough to the sacred center that every record kept here seems to borrow authority from the hill. Narrow shelves hold tablets in ordered rows. Clay seals rest in shallow bowls. Bronze styluses lie beside smoothing knives, each tool meant either to preserve a line or erase one. The room is not large, but it feels crowded with decisions made elsewhere and brought here to become official. Damon stands beside the table with his shoulders held still. He has slept little. You can see it in the way he blinks after each lamp flicker, as if the light has become another question. Melanthos waits near the door, not because the archive belongs to him, but because he brought the corrected bronze weight from the merchant ring, and no one has yet told him to leave. Nerea has come no farther than the threshold, where the air remains less trapped. She dislikes rooms that pretend water does not exist. 3 tablets lie before Damon now. One is the public count. One is the merchant ring copy. One is the hidden tablet he pressed into your hands last night. Their columns do not agree. Arrived, sent outward, held back, renamed. The last heading is not official. Damon wrote it himself, and the word sits there with an almost dangerous plainness. A senior keeper of records enters with 2 assistants behind him. He is not old, but he has trained his face to look as if surprise would be beneath his position. His robe is clean along the hem, which means he came by the upper path and not through any workyard. He looks first at the public tablet, then at Damon, then at the folded cloth in which the hidden record had slept. That copy was not requested, he says. Damon lowers his eyes for a moment, not in submission, in preparation. It was needed. Needed by whom? You feel the room narrow around the question. The keeper does not raise his voice. He does not need to. The archive is built for low voices. A command spoken softly here travels farther than a shout in the harbor. Damon places his stylus across the hidden tablet. By the count. The keeper's fingers rest on the table edge. Counts do not have needs. Kings do. Storehouses do. Temples do. Then the count has been serving all 3 poorly. Melanthos shifts by the door, and the leather of his sandal gives a small sound against the floor. No one looks at him, but the sound breaks the keeper's clean silence. Nerea, still at the threshold, leans one shoulder against the stone, and watches the assistants instead of their master. She always looks where pressure may move first. The keeper reaches for the hidden tablet. Damon's hand remains on it. "Remove the column," the keeper says. "Which one?" "You know which one." Damon does know. Renamed. The column where metal bought with royal bags becomes temple gift, where grain held for inner works becomes surplus, where goods leaving the city vanish behind words too polished to catch. His fingers tighten once around the stylus. He has not yet learned how to disobey without fear. He has only learned that fear is not enough reason to obey. You look at the wax. The lines are small, but they hold the shape of yesterday's market, the shaved weight, the orichalcum tray, the withheld grain, the 4 slow beats before Lasara's hymn. A whole ring reduced to marks that can be smoothed away by a thumb. The column explains the difference, you say. The keeper's gaze moves to you. The archive does not require temple attendants to explain records. "No," Melanthos says from the door. "It requires men who will not shave them." The keeper turns now. His eyes settle on the bronze worker's closed hand, where the altered weight rests unseen. For a moment, rank and craft face one another across the low light. Then the keeper looks back at Damon, because Damon is easier to punish than Melanthos and more useful to control. "You may keep arrived," he says. "You may keep sent outward. You may keep held back if the wording is changed to reserved. The last column is not a column. It is an accusation." Damon breathes in. His thumb moves to the edge of the wax. The archive listens. Stylus tips rest. Assistants hold still. Somewhere beyond the wall, a temple bell gives one low note for the first morning rite, and the sound passes through the stone with more memory than force. Damon's thumb remains near the word. It would take very little pressure. Wax does not defend itself. Nerea speaks from the threshold. Outer boats carried no grain at dawn. The keeper does not turn. This is not a harbor matter. It becomes one when boats sit empty and children wait beside them. That is not in the count. Then your count is indoors. The words are plain enough to anger him because they are not shaped like defiance. They are only true in the way Nerea's truths usually are, practical, inconvenient, and wet at the edges. Damon's thumb lifts from the wax. The word renamed remains. The keeper's face does not change much, but the room's air does. He takes the public tablet and places it over the hidden one, covering the dangerous column from sight. The council will receive the clean copy. Damon looks at the covered tablet. And the other? The other will remain here until its usefulness is determined. Everyone understands that usefulness may mean disappearance. The assistants step forward. Damon lets the hidden tablet go, but not before he presses one fingernail into its lower corner, making a mark too small to be a letter and too deliberate to be damage. You see it. So does Melanthos. The keeper does not. When the officials leave, they take the clean copy and one assistant stays behind to reorder shelves that do not need reordering. Damon stands very still. The hidden tablet remains on the table, covered by another record, watched by someone pretending not to watch it. No one speaks until the assistant carries a bowl of seals to the far shelf. Damon says, almost without breath, "I should have refused." "You did," Melanthos answers. "I gave him the tablet. You kept the word." That does not comfort him fully, but it gives him a place to stand. His eyes move toward the lower corner where his fingernail left its mark. Small things can survive by being too small for power to notice. By midday, the archive fills with more records than the room can comfortably hold. Messengers arrive from the outer canals, the merchant ring, the inner workshops, and the royal storehouses. Each brings a tablet, a seal, a strip of cloth, a verbal instruction that someone insists must be written at once. Atlantis is learning to govern itself by accumulation. Each number asks to be believed because it has been placed beside other numbers. You carry sealed tablets from the archive to the temple court and back again. The work seems simple from outside. Take, place, return, wait. Yet each tablet now feels warmer than clay or wax should feel. Some carry measures of grain. Some carry assignments of labor. Some carry orders for bronze, timber, stone, singers, animals, ships. Lives move inside them, flattened into marks. In the court, Lasara waits beside the song bench with 3 other temple singers. A new hymn cloth rests across her lap. The fabric is fine, the script dark and elegant. She is not singing. Her fingers tap a slow pattern against the wood, but the pattern stops whenever an older priest passes. When she sees you, she folds the cloth too quickly. "They have changed the second verse," she says. "What did they remove?" She glances toward the priest, then down at the cloth. "Cleto's spring." The answer enters softly and stays. In the older hymn, the spring is where the city begins, water rising from the hill, the mortal woman, the god's protection, the first bowl, the first offering. Without it, the hymn still praises Poseidon, still names the rings, still blesses the kings and harbors. It shines. It also forgets the place where the first water touched human hands. Lysara unfolds the cloth enough for you to see the replacement line. It praises the reach of Atlantean ships. The phrase is skillful, too skillful. It makes forgetting sound like enlargement. "They say the harbor dedication proved the people prefer brighter songs," she says. "The people heard your 4 beats. 4 beats are not a verse. They were enough to remind them." She looks toward the archive door. Can a reminder be kept if no one writes it? You think of Damon's hidden tablet, covered but not erased. You think of the fingernail mark at its corner. Sometimes it is kept by the next person who refuses to forget. Lasara lowers her eyes to the cloth. The fear in her has not vanished, but it has moved. A fear that moves can sometimes become courage. Inside the archive again, Nerea waits beside a wall map of the canals. She has no respect for maps that do not smell of mud, and this one has been painted too cleanly for her trust. Blue lines curve around the central hill in perfect order. outer channels extend with graceful confidence toward the plain and future harbors. No reed beds are marked, no low ground, no family land, no difficult bank, no place where water has already begun to argue. She taps one blue line with the back of her knuckle. This channel is carrying military timber. Damon looks up from the table. It is marked for dock reinforcement. Dock reinforcement does not need cedar cut to warship length. Melanthos comes closer. How many loads? 6 this week, 2 last week, more waiting beyond the outer turn. Damon turns to a shelf, searches, and pulls down a tablet tied with a red cord. His hand moves faster now, less like obedience and more like pursuit. He reads the first lines and stops. What does it say, you ask? Timber for harbor strength. Neria's mouth hardens. Strength has become a large word. Damon reads lower. Assigned to the Eastern Basin after inspection. The Eastern Basin has no merchant slips. No, Damon says. It has guarded water. The 3 tensions settle into the room with the steadiness of objects placed on a table. The hidden figures, the military timber, the altered hymn. They are not separate, though no one has yet tied them fully together. The city is changing its records, its waterways, and its songs. Each change could be explained alone. Together, they make the air harder to breathe. Melanthos picks up the shaved bronze weight and sets it beside the canal map. When a measure is light, every honest trade becomes a theft. Damon looks at the weight, then at the hymncloth still visible through the court doorway in Lysara's hands. And when a song is altered, then the theft enters the mouth. No one answers after that. The afternoon lowers over the archive with a trapped warmth. Lamps are lit early because the room admits little sun. The assistant left by the keeper pretends to check seals near the hidden tablet. Damon pretends not to watch him. Neria leaves twice and returns with canal news gathered from boatmen who speak more freely near water than stone. Melanthos spends an unreasonable amount of time repairing a latch on a record chest that does not need repair, giving himself reason to remain. At last, the older priest calls the singers for rehearsal in the court. Lysara stands with the hymn cloth in both hands. The new verse waits. The other singers look at her, not unkindly, but with the tired caution of people who know that ritual can become dangerous when listened to closely. The priest lifts one hand. Begin from the second verse. Lysara's breath catches. Then she lowers her eyes to the cloth and begins. The new words are beautiful in the way polished things are beautiful. They praise ships, reach, royal strength, the abundance of the rings. The melody rises easily, too easily. It leaves no hollow where the spring used to be. On the second line, Lysara falters. The priest's fingers tighten. Then, from the far side of the court, an older singer hums the missing spring note beneath her breath. It is barely sound. Another singer joins, not loudly enough to oppose, only enough to hold. Lysara hears it. Her voice steadies, and when the replacement line reaches the place where Cleto's spring once stood, She lets one old note pass under the new word, hidden in plain hearing. The priest looks up, but the line has already moved on. Nothing open has been broken. Something closed has been kept. You stand near the archive doorway with Damon beside you. His face changes as he listens. Not relief, recognition. A record can carry a forbidden word in its corner. A song can carry a forbidden spring beneath a brighter line. The altered hymn is no longer an unresolved fear. It has found a way to remain alive, at least for today. Damon returns to the table before the rehearsal ends. He takes a blank tablet and writes a fresh copy of the canal timber assignment. Not the official phrasing, not accusation either. He writes what Nerea saw, what the red cord tablet implies, and what the map hides. Then he folds the copy into a plain cloth and seals it without the archive mark. What will you do with it, you ask? Place it where a clean copy cannot be the only copy. Where? He looks toward the temple shelves, then toward the outer court where Lysara's voice is still carrying the new hymn with the old note hidden inside it. Not here. Melanthos closes the repaired latch on the record chest. Good. This room eats what it dislikes. Nerea takes the cloth-wrapped copy from Damon before he can reconsider. I know dry places near water. Damon lets it go with visible effort. He has given away another truth, but this time not to power. That difference seems to steady him. Evening draws the heat from the upper stones, but leaves the archive close and stale. The keeper returns for the hidden tablet before sunset. He finds it where he left it, covered beneath the public record. He lifts both, checks the surface, and sees no change worth naming. Damon's fingernail mark remains at the lower corner, too small to accuse anyone of preserving anything. The keeper carries the tablet away. Damon watches until the doorway empties. Then he takes a smoothing knife and cleans the blank tablet before him with slow strokes. His face is pale. His hands do not shake. You understand then that obstruction can be an act of fear and conscience at once. He did not save everything. He saved enough to keep the truth from having only one place to die. Night comes to the temple court with a softness the archive cannot hold. The singers are dismissed. Lysara remains at the bench, folding the hymn cloth along its creases. The older singer touches her shoulder once before leaving. No one speaks of what passed beneath the verse. That is how the old note survives. You lower one of the temple lamps near Lysara's song bench. The flame leans, steadies, and throws a warm circle over the wood where her fingers have been tapping all day. She sits beside it, tired now that courage has finished spending itself. Damon stands in the archway behind you, half in shadow. Nerea is gone with the canal copy. Melanthos waits near the steps, the shaved weight in his pouch again. Lysara looks at the lamp, then at the folded hymn. Tomorrow they may hear it. Then tomorrow you will choose again. She nods, though the answer is not easy. The lamp's light rests on her hands, on the cloth, on the bench worn smooth by singers before her. Around you, the court grows quiet in layers. Beyond the walls, water carries boats through the darkening rings. Below the western stones, The archive keeps its rows of tablets, some clean, some altered, some hiding the small marks of those who refused to let them become empty. The lamp remains lowered beside the song bench after everyone else has moved away. Its flame is small, but it gives enough light for one person to remember the next line. Chapter 7. The Outer Districts at Dusk. The lamp is already moving when dusk begins to gather against the temple walls. Its flame sits low inside the little bronze cup, guarded by your hand and by the folded cloth Lysera has wrapped around its base. The bench where she sang is behind you now, fading into shadow, while the lamp's small warmth travels outward through the court as if the old note from the altered hymn has found another body. You carry it down from the sacred center by the western steps. The rings below have changed again. Water catches evening before stone does, so the canals darken first, then the banks, then the unfinished faces of buildings where workers have left tools under awnings. The inner city keeps its lamps higher and brighter, but beyond the merchant ring the light thins into household fires, doorway glows, and the occasional torch lifted by someone crossing a narrow bridge. Lysera walks beside you with her drum tied against her back. She has said little since leaving the temple court. Courage, after it has been used, often leaves the body tired and plain. Every so often her fingers rise toward her throat, touching the place where the hidden spring note passed beneath the new hymn. She does not ask whether anyone heard it. Perhaps she is not ready to know. Damon follows a few paces behind, carrying no tablet tonight. That absence changes him. Without wax and stylus, his hands look uncertain, as if they have misplaced the small tools that gave them permission to be useful. Neria waits at the lower landing with a boat already angled toward the outer channels, one foot on the stone and one in the boat, holding both worlds steady. Melanthos comes last, slower on the steps, the old weight of the day gathered in his shoulders. The outer district by the barley yards first, Neria says. No one asks why. She would not have chosen the longer water road without reason. You step into the boat with the lamp, and the flame leans toward the canal before righting itself. Neria pushes away from the landing. The temple wall slides past, then the storehouse steps. Then the dark mouth of the archive passage where records sleep under seal and shadow. Damon looks toward it once. He does not stop walking inside his own thoughts until Lysera turns and offers him a place to sit near the lamp. He sits, not close enough to speak, close enough to be included. The boat leaves the inner water and enters the broader curve leading outward. The merchant ring is still awake, but less hungry than at noon. A few late traders cover their goods with cloth. The weighing table stands empty under its awning, temple linen folded away. A child chases another child between stacked baskets, and their laughter follows the boat for a few breaths before the next bend takes it. Then the sound changes. Fewer voices, more frogs, more wooden doors, more water touching unpolished banks. Neria pulls without haste. The center hears itself too well, she says. Damon looks up. What does that mean? It means the inner rings speak and think they have heard the island. He does not answer at once. The challenge in his face is quiet but real. The records come from every district. Nerea keeps her eyes on the water. Records arrive after feet have already hurt, after jars are already empty, after someone has decided what wording will not trouble the council. Damon's jaw tightens. He is not angry at her alone. He is angry because some part of him knows where the words land. Without records, the outer districts would disappear completely. And with bad ones? The pole enters the water, presses, lifts. The boat glides under a low bridge where the stone has not yet been faced with bronze or painted tile. For a moment, the lamp's light touches the underside of the arch and shows roots pushing through damp mortar. With bad ones, Damon says, softer. They disappear while seeming to remain. Nerea gives no sign of victory. She only turns the boat toward a narrower channel. The outer district receives you without ceremony. The landing stone is cracked along one side, and reeds grow through gaps that no one from the central works has repaired. Houses stand close to one another, built of stone, clay, timber, and whatever could be brought cheaply from the rings. Their doorways are low, their lamps are small. The air carries cooking smoke, damp wool, animal breath, and the faint sourness of canal edges where water sits too long before moving on. Here Atlantis feels less like a planned wonder and more like a place where people have learned to live around plans. Nets hang from poles beside barley sacks. Clay jars sit under steps. A woman rinses greens in a basin and lifts her head as your lamp approaches. Two boys stop mending a basket and stare first at Lysara's drum, then at Melanthos's worn hands, then at Damon's clean hem. The ground cools quickly under your sandals. The day's warmth leaves the stones from the edges inward, and each step finds a different temperature. One flat stone still holding sun, another already cold with canal damp, a wooden threshold warm from a household fire behind it. The lamp adds a small circle of heat against your wrist. Evening air settles along the back of your neck. Walls breathe out what they have kept all day, then begin surrendering it to night. A woman near the barley yard raises a hand to Nerea. You came. You sent 3 boys to tell me, Nerea answers. That is almost a flood. The woman snorts, but relief passes through her face. She points toward a row of sacks under a slanted cover. Half measure again. They say the rest is reserved for inner works. Damon hears the word and lowers his eyes. Reserved. The keeper's cleaner word. The archive word. The word that made hunger sound like order. Melanthos goes to the sacks and kneels, loosening one tie. He lifts a handful of barley, lets it fall slowly back into the coarse weave, and rubs 2 grains between his fingers. Dry enough. Dry does not fill bowls, the woman says. No, he answers, but it proves the missing half did not spoil. That matters. Damon looks up. His hand moves as if reaching for a tablet that is not there. Finding none, he looks almost pained. The woman sees the movement. Will you write it later, scribe? He accepts the title, though she gives it sharply. Yes. Will later feed children tonight. The question would be cruel if it were not also practical. Damon has no ready answer. The outer district does not allow clean categories to remain clean for long. Lysara steps closer to the doorway where three children sit around a low bowl. Their mother has stretched the evening meal with water. Barley floats thinly among greens and onion. The youngest child holds a spoon but waits for the others to begin, watching the adults with the grave patience of someone who has already learned that food is also conversation. Lysara kneels and unties the drum from her back. "May I sit?" The mother's face tightens with suspicion first, then softens when she recognizes the temple singer's robe. "Sit if you do not mind a poor bench." "I have sung on worse benches," Lysara says. It is the first thing she has said all evening that carries a little brightness. She sits beside the children and taps the drum once, not to perform, only to invite attention away from the thinness of the bowl. The sound is low and round. The youngest child lifts his head. Melanthos remains by the sacks, still rubbing barley between his fingers. The measure sent here was light. The district woman folds her arms. "We knew that without bronze wisdom." "I know." He closes his hand around the grains. But bronze wisdom sometimes forces deaf men to listen. Neria looks toward the channel, not if the message travels only by the inner road. Damon speaks then, and his voice carries more strain than volume. "I said I would write it." The woman with the barley sacks studies him. Her expression is not forgiving, but it is not closed. "Then write also that Joran's house has taken in his sister's children because the eastern storehouse gave them nothing." Damon nods. "And that the canal behind the potters has gone foul because the flow gate stays closed." He nods again. "And that if they count us, they should count our dead goats too." The final line lands oddly, almost making the boys laugh before they understand their mother is not joking. Damon looks at her fully now. "How many?" "3 this month." He closes his eyes briefly, fixing the number inside himself. When he opens them, something in his face has shifted. Neria has challenged his faith in records, but the district is giving that faith work to do. Not less record, better record. Record that begins where the foot hurts. Lysara begins a small rhythm on the drum. Not the formal hymn, not the court version. A household beat, slow enough for children to follow with their hands on their knees. The youngest child copies her. Then the older two. Their mother watches while pretending to inspect the cooking bowl. The rhythm fills the doorway without trying to become ceremony. You set the temple lamp on a flat stone near the threshold. Its light reaches the barley bowl, the children's hands, the woman's tired face, the patched wall behind her. This is not the Atlantis that will be painted in bright metals. This is the Atlantis that holds itself together after the orders have already passed over it. Melanthos sits beside you with effort. His knees do not like the low district stones. From his pouch, he takes a small tool handle split along one side. "Belongs to the potter 2 doors down," he says. "Promised to mend it last week." "You brought it here tonight?" Tools complain less when carried to where they are needed. He unwraps a strip of binding and begins the repair by lamplight. The district woman watches despite herself. You came for barley and brought a handle. I came because Nerea said the barley was short. The handle came because my memory is not yet dead. That is comfort from Melanthos, not soft words, but an object made useful again. He binds the split wood carefully, tests the grip, trims the excess binding with a small knife, then rubs the seam with oil from a thumb-sized vial. The tool will not be beautiful. It will work. Damon watches the repair. How do you remember so many small obligations? Melanthos does not look up, by not calling them small. No one improves on that. The district slowly accepts your presence. Not fully. Full acceptance would be foolish. But doors open wider. A potter comes for the mended handle and stands with it in both hands longer than thanks requires. An old woman brings a cup of hot water flavored with mint leaves and insists Lysara drink before singing more. A boy asks Nerea whether the canals have fish under the royal bridges. Nerea tells him the fish are wiser than officials and stay where crumbs fall. The boy laughs. Damon remembers the dead goats. A little later, the household rite begins without anyone announcing it. The district woman takes a small bowl and fills it with barley from the half-measure sack. Not much. Enough to mean something, because it is not easy to spare. She places it by the door, below the lamp's edge, and touches 2 fingers to the bowl. Her children copy her. Lysara gives them the first line of the old hill hymn, slowed until it fits the size of the room. The pleasure here is not abundance. It is warmth held against lack. The mint water passes from hand to hand, thin and fragrant. Someone brings flatbread, cut small so every person can take a piece without seeming to take too much. The bread is coarse with one burned edge, and it tastes better than court cakes because no one pretends it came easily. A child presses close to his mother's side while chewing, and the mother's hand rests on his hair. The lamp burns between you all, small but steady, making the patched wall gold for as long as the oil allows. Damon eats his small piece slowly. His eyes move over the room, not as a man collecting pity, but as one learning where numbers begin. Reserved is no longer a word on a tablet. It is the empty space in a child's bowl. Held back is not a category. It is a mother thinning greens with water. Sent outward is not a column. It is a boat that did not come. When the song ends, silence remains for a while. No one rushes to fill it. Outside, frogs call from the canal. A goat shifts behind a fence. The cooling stones pull warmth from your feet, and the lamp gives back only a little. It is enough. Damon speaks to the district woman. Tell me your name. Mira. He repeats it softly, not to flatter her, to keep it. And Joran? He asks. 2 houses down, sisters' children are Mara and Tion. He repeats those too. You understand then that his record tonight will not begin with grain. It will begin with names. Nerea hears the difference and looks away toward the canal, giving him the privacy of not being praised too soon. Melanthos returns the repaired handle to the potter, who tests it by shaping air with an invisible tool. The motion makes the old bronze worker's face ease. Work honestly done can comfort the one who does it as much as the one who receives it. He comes back to the lamp and lowers himself onto the threshold stone. "You see," he says to Damon, "a record should have a handle." Damon looks confused despite the seriousness of the evening. Melanthos taps the repaired tool, something by which the living can hold it. The young scribe looks toward Myra, then toward the barley bowl at the door. Names, then. Names help. And measures. Measures help if honest. And what else? Melanthos leans back, tired now. Enough roughness that no polished hand mistakes it for a court ornament. Lasara smiles down at her drum. Nerea lets out a breath that may be amusement. Damon nods as if receiving instruction in a craft older than writing. Night gathers more fully around the district. The air grows cooler, and the outer channel takes on the dark color of unworked metal. Nerea walks to the bank with Myra to inspect the flow gate by lantern light. Damon goes with them, repeating details under his breath. Lysera remains with the children, showing them how to tap the household rhythm without rushing it. Melanthos closes his eyes for a moment beside the lamp, not sleeping, only resting his face from the day. You stand at the threshold and look back toward the central city. From here, the inner rings shine. Lamps gather there in ordered lines, and their reflections look almost like necklaces laid across the water. Beautiful, yes. Even now, beautiful. But the outer district shows you what the shine does not carry by itself: patched walls, shared bread, half-measure sacks, names repeated so they cannot be smoothed away. Nerea returns first. The flow gate is fouled with reed and refuse, not broken, neglected. Damon follows her, mud on the lower edge of his clean hem. That stain pleases you more than any polished tablet could have done. He looks at you, then at the lamp. "I need wax," he says. Mayra's oldest child runs inside and returns with a scrap tablet used for household counts. Its surface is uneven, already marked and smoothed many times. Damon accepts it with both hands as if receiving an official seal. He sits on the threshold, close to the barley bowl, and begins writing by temple lamplight. Not everything. There is not room for everything, but enough to begin. Myra, half measure, 3 goats, flow gate, Joran, Mara, Tion, barley held, water fouled, names first, then measures. Lasara watches him write and taps the slow rhythm once against her drum. Will they read it? Damon does not stop writing. I will make them decide not to. The answer is not a boast. It is a changed kind of hope. The lamp burns lower. Its oil was not meant for a long district night, yet the flame persists, drawing from what remains. Myra places the small bowl of barley fully outside the threshold now, where any passerby can see it. The offering is not grand, but it is exact. Grain withheld from hunger has become grain given from hunger. That difference is too important for any archive word to erase. When it is time to leave, the children are sleepy against their mother's knees. Lysara ties her drum to her back again. Damon wraps the scrap tablet in a corner of cloth torn from an old household rag because no official covering is available. Melanthos rises with difficulty, and the potter whose handle he repaired comes forward to help him without making the help feel like pity. Nerea waits by the canal path, lantern lifted low. "Step where the stones are warm," she says. You understand her after the first few steps. The stones that held the day's heat are drier, safer, less slick with canal damp. Warmth becomes guidance. The district recedes behind you, but not into forgetfulness. At Myra's doorway, the small bowl of barley remains in the lamp's last reach, pale grains resting in clay, a household's measure of dignity placed where the night can see it. The boat carries you back toward the inner rings without hurry. Damon holds the wrapped scrap tablet against his chest. Lysara's head lowers as tiredness finally claims her shoulders. Melanthos sits near the stern, one hand closed around nothing now that the mended handle has been returned. Nerea pulls by feel through the dark water, trusting warmth, current, and memory more than any painted map. Behind you, in the outer district, the bowl of barley waits by the door. Chapter 8: The Bull and the Bronze Tablets. Barley grains pour from the household bowl before sunrise, pale against the darker ritual stone. They fall slowly because Myra's children tied the cloth too tightly around the bowl for the journey back, afraid some grain might spill before it reached the temple. Lysra loosens the knot with careful fingers, and when the last grains slide free, they sound almost like rain made small enough for a shrine. The bowl itself is plain clay, not templeware. Its rim is uneven where a potter's thumb once pressed too hard, and one side has been darkened by years of household smoke. No one in the central court comments on this. They notice, of course. Priests notice vessels. Attendants notice what belongs and what has arrived from elsewhere. Yet the barley is accepted because it has crossed the rings with the lamp, because Damon has written the names attached to it, because Nerea has carried the memory of the flow gate, and because Melanthos has said nothing in the way that makes refusal difficult. Today is the gathering of the kings. The 10 rulers of Atlantis have returned to the sacred center to renew the law beneath Poseidon's authority. Their attendants have prepared the temple court since the night's last watch. Bronze basins have been washed. The stone before the central shrine has been swept until it looks almost wet in the early light. No iron tool may be brought into the ritual enclosure. The ropes have been checked, the drinking cups laid out, the tablets of judgment prepared, and the great bronze column where the laws are kept has been rubbed with oil until the letters catch the dawn. You kneel beside the offering place and spread the barley with the side of your hand. Each grain finds its own rest. Lysara holds the folded hymn cloth against her chest. Damon stands near the record table, his official tablets arranged before him, and beneath them, hidden from easy sight, the rough scrap from the outer district. He has not slept much. The names he wrote last night seem to have followed him into morning. Melanthos enters through work, as always. He carries a bronze cup wrapped in linen, not by the stem, but by the bowl, feeling for unevenness under the cloth. An assistant reaches to take it from him. Melanthos shifts it away without looking at the man. "Clean hands first," he says. The assistant flushes. Nerea, who has come no farther than the edge of the temple court, almost smiles. The same command she gave the harbor boy has entered sacred ritual now, and it fits here even better. The cup is set beside the barley. Its surface has been polished, but not to vanity. The bronze holds a warm brown light, deeper where the rim curves inward. Around its base, tiny marks remain from older ceremonies. Melanthos has not smoothed them out. A young priest frowns. Those scratches could have been removed. "They are not scratches," Melanthos says. "They are memory. The kings will see them. Then the kings will see that the cup has served before them." The young priest looks toward the senior attendants, searching for support and finding none quickly enough. The cup remains as Melanthos placed it. You feel the old bronze worker's purpose without needing it explained. Sacred things must not be made to look unused. A law renewed by kings must still remember the hands that carried it before their arrival. The bull is brought near the outer edge of the court before the sun stands fully above the walls. It is dark, broad-necked, and restless, its hooves testing the stone as if it dislikes every surface made by men. No iron restrains it. Ropes of fiber and hide pass through the hands of attendants chosen for steadiness rather than strength alone. The ritual does not hide danger, but it refuses spectacle. No one shouts. No one turns the animal into entertainment. The bull breathes, pulls, lowers its head, and the entire court adjusts around the fact of its living weight. Your hands help prepare the rope. The fibers are rough from salt, oil, and drying. They press lines into the skin of your palm as you draw them through and check for weak places. A knot rests hard beneath your thumb. The hide binding is warmer than the morning stone because it has already passed through several hands. When the rope shifts, it carries the bull's force before the animal itself moves. Pull, pause, pull again. For several breaths, the world is touch alone. Barley grit caught at your wrist, rope scoring the palm, bronze cup smooth under cloth, stone cool beneath your knee. The body knows the ritual as tension held without breaking. Atlas arrives first among the kings. Older now in the way authority ages a man before years have finished their work. The others come after him in ceremonial order. Some carry their rank with ease. Some wear it as armor. Some look toward the bronze column before looking toward the altar, as if law itself must acknowledge them. Their garments are richer than those worn at the first platform ceremony. Gold threads catch the sun. Orichalcum glows at collars and wrist clasps. The sacred center has become more beautiful and less simple. Damon's stylus waits above the tablet. Nerea stands in the shadow near the court entrance, where she can see the water through the far arch. She is not part of the ceremony, yet her presence steadies you. The rings beyond the temple continue moving whether kings renew law or forget it. Boats still need guidance. Flow gates still foul. Children still wait beside bowls. The senior priest begins. His voice names Poseidon, Cleito, Atlas, the 10 houses, the divisions of land, the rule that binds king to king and all kings beneath the god. The words are old enough to have weight. They have not yet become empty. Still, you hear where certain phrases receive more attention than others. The kings listen closely when authority is named. They listen less closely when restraint is named. The bull is released into the prepared enclosure. The ritual hunt begins slowly. Men move with ropes and wooden staves, closing space without iron, guiding the animal by patience, timing, and courage. The bull turns, tests a gap, lowers its head, then pauses as the ropes shift around it. The kings themselves must take part, for the law requires their bodies to remember that rule is not only speech from a platform. Atlas steps first. His hand closes around the rope near yours for one brief moment, and you feel his pull join the line. He is still careful. That has not changed. But something has entered the space around him that was not there at the first water ring. More expectation, more ceremony, more distance between the man and those who need him to remain human. When the bull turns sharply, Atlas steadies the rope rather than yanking it. Another king pulls harder, eager to show strength, and the line skids across the stone. Nerea mutters from the shadow. Water would have taught him better. Damon hears and nearly lowers his stylus. The corner of his mouth moves once. The bull is brought down at last, not with spectacle, but with exhaustion, pressure, and breath. Its life is offered according to the old law. The court remains silent through the necessary moment. You lower your gaze, not from fear, but from respect for the weight of what has been taken. Track 2 passes through the court briefly, like a cold current beneath a warm surface. Then the ritual continues, because ancient ceremonies know how to carry difficulty without leaving the body trapped inside it. Afterward, the blood is gathered in the bronze cup and mixed for the oath. The kings will drink, judge, inscribe, and renew the law. Damon prepares the record. Lysara and the singers stand ready with the hymn. Melanthos wipes the cup's outer rim with linen, careful not to erase the older marks. The senior priest lifts the cup first toward the bronze column. Sunlight moves across the carved laws. The letters seem deeper in the morning brightness, each groove holding shadow. You remember Melanthos saying that a thing meant to be held should remember the hand first. This column remembers more than hands. It remembers promises spoken when Atlantis still believed law was heavier than wealth. The cup passes from king to king. Some drink as if humbled, some drink as if confirmed. That difference is small enough for ceremony to hide and large enough for the body to feel. Atlas drinks with both hands around the cup. When he lowers it, his face is unreadable. The youngest of the kings drinks quickly and returns the cup with a faint impatience, already looking toward the place where judgments will be spoken. Melanthos leans near you. Sacred bronze darkens where smoke touches it. You look at the cup. Can it be cleaned? Yes. His eyes remain on the king's, but not by pretending the smoke was never there. The judgments begin after the oath. Disputes between districts, trade measures, canal rights, storehouse obligations, harbor assignments, land boundaries, punishments for men who have cheated temple accounts, and rewards for men who have enriched royal works. Each case is spoken before the kings, then marked by scribes, then carried toward the bronze tablets. Damon writes, "At first his hand moves with the clean discipline expected of him. Then Myra's district is named, not by Myra's name, not by the children's names, but as Western barley allotment irregularity. You see his hands stop." The royal storekeeper speaks smoothly. A temporary reservation was required for inner construction. The outer account has been adjusted. Damon looks at the rough scrap beneath his tablet. Names first, then measures. One of the kings asks, "Was the district deprived?" The storekeeper bows slightly. No deprivation beyond ordinary rationing. Damon's stylus presses too hard into the wax. Atlas turns his head, not fully toward Damon, but enough. The scribe has another figure. The court stills. The storekeeper's eyes harden. Damon rises because remaining seated would make his voice smaller. The district received half measure. 3 goats were lost near the fouled flow gate. Joran's house took in his sister's children, Mara and Tion. Myra of the barley yard gave the count. The name sounds strange in the ritual court, not improper. Strange because the place is unused to hearing need arrive with a human face. Nerea's gaze fixes on Damon. Lasara holds her hymn cloth tighter. Melanthos does not move at all. The storekeeper's cheeks color. Household names are not relevant to allotment law. Atlas looks at the bronze column, then at the barley spread beside the plain clay bowl. For a moment, the first platform seems to return to him. Mud, rail, workers, Nerea's instruction, the tamping pole in his hands. Or perhaps you only need to believe it returns. Law without household names forgets where it lands, he says. The words are not loud. They do not overturn the court, but they enter the record. Damon writes them. The judgment is adjusted, not enough to mend everything, enough to send grain back, open the flow gate, and require a new measure at the outer storehouse. Myra is not there to hear it. Her children are not there. Still, the bowl of barley at the altar seems less out of place after the ruling than before. Lysara sings when called, and the hymn enters carefully. The court version stands where it must stand, praising the god, the kings, the rings, and the law. Beneath the second verse, she lets the old spring note breathe again, not hidden as fearfully as before. The older singers carry it with her this time. It remains under the official line, but it is stronger for having more than one throat. Damon's stylus pauses just long enough to hear it. The midday portion of the ritual brings food to the inner court. It is not a feast like the merchant ring, but it is generous. Bread, olives, goat cheese, dates, watered wine, roasted fish, and small bowls of barley cooked with herbs in honor of the offering. The kings eat apart, but attendants, singers, scribes, boat pilots, and workers share shade along the side walls. The barley tastes plain at first, then warmer as the herbs open. It carries smoke from the cooking fire and a little sweetness from onion. You eat slowly, aware that this grain has two lives in the same day, offering before law, food after judgment. Lasara sits beside you, tired but steadier than she was at dawn. Damon eats with the rough scrap tablet under one knee, as if afraid it might wander away. Nerea accepts a bowl only after checking which canal will carry the outgoing grain. Melanthos sprinkles a little salt over his barley and says it is almost correct. Almost? Lasara asks. Food should not become proud either. She smiles into her bowl. For a while, pleasure returns in a quieter register. The shade is cool along your back. The barley fills the body without heaviness. Dates leave a dark sweetness on the fingers. Someone passes a cup of watered wine, and the rim is chipped on one side, making each person turn it carefully before drinking. The ritual has not become simple, and the city has not become whole. But this meal lets the body believe that law can still feed those beneath it. After the meal, the bronze tablets are prepared for inscription. The official judgments will be marked, copied, sealed, and stored. Damon is called forward with the other scribes. His face closes into concentration. The rough scrap cannot become official in its household form, but its names have already altered the judgment. That is something. Not everything. Something. Melanthos stands beside the bronze column and watches the younger craftsmen heat and mark a tablet edge. One of them holds the tool too high. Lower, Melanthos says. The young craftsman obeys. Not because I said so, because bronze shifts under heat. Feel it. The craftsman lowers his grip again, this time understanding through the palm. Melanthos looks at you briefly, and there is no triumph in him, only weariness and a kind of guarded relief that sacred work has not yet surrendered wholly to display. A king from the Western Division approaches the column after the rulings. His bracelets carry orichalcum inlays bright enough to draw eyes even in shade. He looks at the bronze cup, now resting near the altar, its rim darkened by ritual smoke. This should be polished before the evening oath, he says. Melanthos bows just enough. It will be cleaned. I said polished. The smoke belongs to the day. The king studies him. You speak boldly for a craftsman. Melanthos's eyes lower, but his voice does not. I speak carefully for bronze. Atlas, who has come near enough to hear, looks from the cup to the old worker. The moment is small and dangerous in the way small things become dangerous near pride. Then Atlas says, let the smoke remain until night. The Western king inclines his head, displeased but contained. Melanthos lifts the cup and carries it back to the altar, smoke darkened and honest. Nerea comes to stand beside you as the court prepares for the evening portion. Today bent. Enough. She looks toward the canal visible beyond the arch. Enough to keep water moving, not enough to trust the gate. That is Nerea's comfort, never false, never empty. You accept it as such. Damon returns near sunset, carrying the official tablet copy. He looks older than he did at morning, though nothing visible has happened to him except writing. Mara's district is entered. With names, you ask? He shakes his head. Not all, but the judgment references household count, not only allotment measure. Nerea considers this a narrow channel. It may still carry water, Damon says. She nods once. From her, that is praise. Lysera begins the final hymn as evening settles. This time the spring note comes not hidden beneath the verse, but woven through its opening. The court musicians follow because the senior singer gives them no space to avoid it. The sound rises through bronze, stone, smoke, and cooling air. It does not defeat the polished song, it roots it. The kings stand before the column. The cup passes once more. The law is renewed. The city remains beautiful, troubled, fed, hungry, reverent, proud, and unfinished. You feel all of it at once, as one feels a rope carrying several strains through the hand. When the ceremony ends, the court empties slowly. Attendants wash the stones. Scribes wrap tablets. Singers fold cloth. The bull's ropes are coiled and taken away. The plain clay bowl for Mara's house is set aside for return, a few barley grains still caught in its uneven rim. Melanthos cleans the bronze cup at last, but only lightly. Smoke remains in the lower curve where the cloth does not reach. You take it from him when he is finished. The metal is cool now. Its darkened places hold the day more faithfully than shine could have done. Damon passes with the sealed judgment tablet. Nerea leaves for the outer flow gate before full dark. Lysera gathers the hymn cloth and hums the spring note once, almost under her breath, but not afraid of hearing herself. The bronze cup rests near the altar, darkened by sacrificial smoke. It will be washed again before morning, carried again when needed, lifted by hands that may remember or forget. Tonight it keeps the trace of oath, animal breath, law, barley, and the small household names that entered the court and did not leave unchanged. Chapter 9. The Military Harbor. The bronze cup is washed before dawn in a basin that does not belong to the temple. You know this before anyone names the place, because the water smells faintly of pitch and old rope. The basin stone is darker than the shrine basins, scarred along one edge where heavier things than cups have been set down without gentleness. A line of oars rests against the far wall. Beyond them, through the open arch, the eastern harbor lies in early light, filled not with merchant boats waiting for grain or oil, but with long dark hulls built for speed, distance, and command. The cup turns slowly under your hand. Smoke clings to the lower curve, refusing to leave at once. Yesterday it carried oath, barley, law, and household names. This morning it sits in water used by men preparing ships for war. The cloth darkens as you wipe the rim. The bronze does not protest. It only accepts whatever hands bring to it, and that acceptance troubles you more than any spoken order. Behind you, Melanthos stands with a wooden crate of fittings set at his feet. He has been summoned to inspect bronze clamps for the ship's steering frames, though everyone knows he would rather repair a household hinge than decorate a war vessel. His face has the closed patience of a man who has learned that refusal must be saved for the moment when it can matter. Nerea enters the basin court from the water side, carrying a coil of wet rope across one shoulder. She does not greet anyone first. Her eyes move to the drainage channel, the stacked oars, The guarded storehouse, the long timbers laid beneath awnings, the bronze clamps, the basin where your hands hold the cup. Then she looks toward the harbor itself. They brought 3 more hulls in the night, she says. A young officer near the arch hears her and answers before you can. For Eastern protection, Nerea sets the rope down. Protection rows outward now? The officer's mouth tightens. He has not yet learned when silence serves him better than reply. Atlantis has interests beyond the rings. Water does not become yours because you cross it. He steps toward her, then sees Melanthos watching, sees the temple cup in your hand, sees 2 shipwrights pretending not to listen, and decides the morning has too many witnesses. The harbor master wants that rope at the second pier. Nerea lifts it again. Then the harbor master may enjoy that it arrived. She leaves by the arch, and the young officer's anger follows her without finding a place to stand. Damon waits outside near a table covered in waxed records. The Eastern Harbor has given him more work than the merchant ring ever did. Here the figures are longer, cleaner, and less willing to explain themselves. Timber received, bronze assigned, crew numbers, oar counts, sailcloth, salted stores, repair pitch, departure readiness. None of the columns says conquest. None says fear. None says pride. The words here have been chosen with care. He looks up when you place the washed cup on a folded cloth beside him. You brought it here, he asks. It was ordered washed before the harbor blessing. His eyes rest on the remaining smoke stain. Not all of it washed. No. He touches the edge of one tablet with the stylus but does not write. Good. The harbor beyond the table has entered full morning. Light lies hard on the water, broken into bright pieces by hulls and oars. Bronze fittings flash at the sterns. Wet planks gleam as shipwrights move across them. Sailcloth, still folded, reflects a pale glare from the sun. Men lift shields from racks and carry them in pairs. Even the gulls seem sharper here, their wings cutting through the brightness above the masts. The light leaves little softness. It turns water white at the edges and makes every bronze piece announce itself. Oar blades lie in rows, each one catching a narrow blade of sun. The long hulls cast dark reflections that tremble beneath them like second ships waiting below. Men shade their eyes and still squint. The morning is not hot yet, but brightness presses against everything, exposing rope fibers, scratches in metal, damp seams, the worn skin between fingers where men have trained too long with wood in their hands. A group of rowers sits under an awning, eating quickly from bowls held near their knees. Most are young. A few are old enough to know what the younger ones are trying to hide. Their shoulders have thickened from practice. Their palms are wrapped or calloused. One man laughs too loudly at something that was not funny enough, and another checks the waterline of a ship 3 times while pretending to stretch his legs. Lasara stands near the departure platform with 2 singers from the temple. She wears the formal cloth today, the one used when the city sends men outward and wants blessing to sound like certainty. The frame drum rests under her arm. She looks smaller in the military harbor than she did among households, not because she has diminished, but because this place has been built to make individual bodies feel replaceable. When she sees you, she comes closer. They have given us a new departure song. Another one? She nods. This one names Athens. The word is still not common on everyone's tongue. It has appeared in council notes, trade rumors, sailors' talk, and polished phrases about disorder beyond the sea. Ancient Athens, resisting where Atlantis expected obedience. A land not as rich, not as ringed with shining canals, not filled with the same abundance, yet stubborn enough to trouble royal sleep. Lysara unfolds the song cloth. The words praise the strength of Atlantis, the justice of its reach, the duty to bring order where smaller peoples resist their proper place. The language is smooth, too smooth again. You can almost feel the places where uncertainty has been sanded away. Can the hill note fit beneath it, you ask? Her fingers tighten on the cloth. It does not want to. Damon has come near enough to hear. Then perhaps it should not. Lysara looks at him, startled. He lowers his voice. Not every song should be saved by hiding the old one inside it. Some songs should be allowed to sound empty. The words cost him. You can hear it. He has spent many days trying to preserve truth inside official forms. Now he is admitting that some forms reveal themselves best when no hidden mercy rescues them. Lysara looks back at the cloth. They will say we sang poorly. Sing it clearly, Damon says. Let it be exactly what it is. Nerea returns from the second pier before Lysara can answer. She has heard enough to understand the shape of the matter, if not every word. A bad rope shows itself under strain. Lysara folds the cloth again. Her face has changed, not comforted, steadied. The harbor blessing begins near the third pier, where the longest ships wait with their crews assembled. A priest speaks first, naming Poseidon, the sea roads, the protection of Atlantis, the courage of those who row and steer. His voice is practiced and resonant. It carries over water and returns from the hulls. Men listen because they have been ordered to listen, but also because departure makes even the careless respectful for a while. The new song follows. Lysara sings it without hiding anything beneath it. The melody is bright, forward-moving, and easy to remember. The words praise strength more than justice, reach more than need, victory more than return. Clearer voices join hers. The sound rises well over the harbor. It does everything its maker intended, and because she gives it no old root, no spring note, no household warmth, its emptiness stands visible in the morning light. A rower near the front lowers his eyes before the final line. Another man swallows. The young officer looks satisfied, which only makes the song feel colder. Nerea stands with her arms folded beside a mooring post. Damon writes nothing. When the blessing ends, no one knows whether to be moved. That uncertainty is its own kind of truth. Melanthos is called to the weapon racks before midday. You go with him because the temple cup must be returned by the inner road, and because his silence has grown too dense to leave unaccompanied. The racks stand beneath a long roof near the guarded basin. Spears, shields, steering hooks, bronze fittings, and spare clamps are arranged in rows. A royal quartermaster waits there with a list and a face sharpened by impatience. These are to be fitted with temple bronze, the quartermaster says, pointing to the upper rail of a weapon rack. The dedication must be visible when the commanders inspect. Melanthos looks at the rack. Temple bronze belongs to the god. It is for a sacred campaign. No. The word is not loud, it is not decorated, it is only closed. The quartermaster blinks as if a tool has spoken back. You were instructed. I heard. And And I brought common bronze for common display. The quartermaster steps closer. His voice lowers in the way men lower voices when they want anger to feel controlled. Old man, do you understand whose order this is? Melanthos lifts the plain bronze strip from his crate and sets it on the rack. Yes. Then obey it. I am. This is not temple bronze. No. The quartermaster's hand tightens around his list. For a moment, you think he may call guards. Then Neria's voice comes from the open side of the roof. If you decorate a rack enough, perhaps the weapons will grow ashamed and stay home. The quartermaster turns. You do not belong here. Neria looks at the ropes, the basin, the ships, the water beyond. I belong anywhere your men keep tying bad knots. A few shipwrights look down at their work to hide their faces. The quartermaster senses the danger of becoming ridiculous. He points at Melanthos. This will be reported. Melanthos presses the plain bronze strip into place with both thumbs. Good. Write that the rack will hold. The quartermaster leaves with hard steps. Melanthos continues working. His hands are steady, but the skin near his jaw has gone pale. Refusal spends the body even when the voice stays calm. You hold the strip while he fastens the second side. They may punish you. They may decorate me first, he says. Men like that prefer misuse to be handsome. The answer carries some of his old dryness, but not enough to hide fatigue. You think of the hinge at the first shrine, the chisel by the threshold, the cup that kept its smoke. Melanthos has been fighting the same battle in different metals since the city began. Hold before shine, use before display, memory before polish. At midday, food comes to the military harbor in ration baskets rather than open tables. Bread, dried fish, olives, onions, and thick barley cakes meant to travel well. The men eat in ordered groups near their ships. No one calls it a feast. No one lingers too long. Still, the body accepts what is given, and even in a harbor preparing for war, food makes small human spaces. You sit beside two rowers under the narrow shade of a hull. One has a blister torn open across his palm. The other holds his bread without eating, staring toward the water beyond the harbor mouth. Lysara comes with a jar of watered wine and offers it first to the man with the blister. He drinks, then winces. It tastes like a cautious river. Lysara smiles despite the morning. Then it is fit for men leaving by sea. The other rower laughs once, softly. The sound does not last, but it changes the shade around you. Bread passes. Someone shares a strip of salted fish sharper than expected. The barley cake is dense, dry at first, then nutty when chewed slowly. Onion cuts through the salt. Watered wine cools the mouth. For a little while, the men are not a crew number. They are hands, hunger, jokes, sore shoulders, and the particular silence of those who know departure is close. One rower asks Lysara whether she knows a song for return. She looks toward the departure platform where the new cloth rests folded. Yes, sing that one next time. I will try. He nods as if a promise has been made, though both of them know promises made before departure belong partly to the sea. Damon joins you after the meal with a tablet held flat against his chest. The official record says Athens refused rightful order. And the other record, you ask? His eyes move toward the officers. The other record says Athens refused surrender. The difference is small enough to fit in one word and large enough to hold a war. Will you keep it? He looks at the rowers, then at Lasara's folded songcloth, then at the ships. I do not know where. Nerea, who has been checking a mooring line nearby, says, "Give it to water only if you want it lost." I thought water carried things. It carries what floats. It takes what sinks. Damon considers this seriously. Then not water, dry place near water, she says. Like before. He nods. Their trust has become practical. That makes it stronger than sentiment. The afternoon brings a captured trader from the western approaches. Not a prisoner of war in chains. Not yet, but a man watched closely by 2 guards and made to stand before the harbor officers with his travel bag opened on the table. He is thin, salt-burned, and angry in the contained way of someone who knows anger will be used against him. His goods are ordinary: a knife, cloth, 2 coins, a small jar of oil, a broken comb, and a shard of painted pottery wrapped in wool. The officer lifts the shard. Athenian? The trader says nothing. The officer turns it in the light. The pottery is plain compared to Atlantean work, the painted line dark and disciplined, a fragment of a vessel that once held oil or wine or water in a house no one here has seen. It has no gold, no orichalcum, no royal mark, yet the officer holds it as if it has offended the harbor by existing. Damon stands behind the record table, stylus ready. "Right," the officer says. "Evidence of Athenian contact through hostile trade." The trader's mouth twists. Hostile trade. That is a rich phrase. One guard grips his arm. The trader exhales but does not pull away. "What was the vessel?" you ask, before the officer can continue. Everyone looks at you, including Damon. The question is too ordinary for the tension around it. The trader's eyes shift to the shard. A drinking cup. Whose? "My sister's husband made it." His hand slips at the turn. "See there." He points with his chin because the guard still holds him. You look closer. The painted line does waver near the broken edge, barely. Not failure. Hand. The officer lowers the shard to the table. Enough. Damon has not written hostile trade. His stylus waits. The officer notices. "Write." Damon writes slowly. When he turns the tablet slightly, you see the phrase, "Athenian cup shard," from trader's household account. No accusation, not innocence either. A record with a handle. The officer reads it and stares at him. Add hostile contact. Damon's face is pale again, but steady. The questioning has not established hostility. The guard's grip tightens on the trader. Nerea steps forward then, carrying a wet line as if she has simply arrived for rope work. If household cups are hostile, half the market should be arrested. The officer's patience thins. This is military business. Then conduct it with military evidence. Melanthos from the weapon rack adds without looking up. And honest measures. The officer looks from one to another, seeing no rebellion large enough to punish cleanly, and too many witnesses to ignore. He takes the shard and wraps it again in the wool. It goes to counsel. Damon writes that too. By late afternoon, the trader has been moved to a guarded room, not beaten, not freed, waiting inside the machinery of words. The shard remains on the record table for transfer to the council. You pass near it more than once. Each time, the painted line draws the eye, not because it is fine, but because a human slip remains in it. Athens, beneath all the phrases, has households too. hands, cups, sisters, imperfect turns of paint. Lycera stands beside you near sunset. They wanted us to sing against people whose cups look like ours. Not like ours, Damon says, approaching from behind. Plainer. Lycera turns. His voice softens. But yes, the military harbor begins preparing for night. Sails are covered, oars are stacked. Guards change places along the piers. The long ships rest in dark water, their readiness more troubling than motion. Men laugh near the ration baskets, but softly. A rower rubs oil into his blistered palm. Another ties a charm to the underside of his bench, where an officer will not easily see it. Nerea checks the outer moorings one by one. She still does not trust the eastern basin, and it seems wise not to. Damon wraps the copy of his revised Athenian record and gives it to her without ceremony. She tucks it into a sealed reed tube. Dry place near water, he says. She nods. You listen better when tired. I am often tired now. Then there is hope. That almost brings a smile to him. Almost. Melanthos packs his tools slowly. The plain bronze strip on the weapon rack holds. It will not impress commanders. It will not flatter the campaign. It will keep the rack from failing under weight, and that is the only honesty left to it. The old bronze worker lifts the temple cup, now wrapped for return, and places it in your hands. Take it back before someone finds another use for it. The cup is cooler than expected. The smoke stain remains faintly under the rim. You hold it against the cloth and feel the day gathered inside its metal. Oath, basin, ships, refusal, song, rower's bread, the trader's shard. Sacred bronze has entered the military harbor and survived without becoming decoration. For now, at the record table, the Athenian shard waits wrapped in wool. Damon seals it with a plain cord, not the red cord of accusation. The officer will replace it later, perhaps. Or perhaps the council will see the plain cord first. Small things have paths of their own. You walk with him toward the inner road as the first lamps appear along the harbor wall. Lycera carries the departure song cloth folded tightly, as if she does not want its words to touch the air again before required. Nerea remains behind, a dark figure among ropes and posts. Melanthos moves beside you with the slowness of a man who has spent more strength than he planned. Behind you, the long ships settle against their moorings. Ahead, the council hill gathers evening around its upper stones. Damon carries the wrapped shard now, both hands beneath it, as though a broken piece of someone else's household cup has become heavier than bronze. The Athenian shard remains wrapped in cloth as you climb toward the inner rings, small, plain, and waiting for the council floor. Chapter 10. The shard on the council floor. Place it where they can see how small it is, Nerea says. The Athenian shard rests in Damon's hands, still wrapped in plain cloth, still carrying the faint dust of the military harbor. You stand with him at the lower entrance to the council chamber, where the stone floor begins to climb in shallow steps toward the bronze seats of the kings. The doors have not fully opened yet. Inside, attendants move with the muted care of people preparing a room for words that may harm more than weapons. Damon looks at the bundle. Small things are easy to dismiss, not when men have made themselves large enough to fear them. Nerea's voice holds no ornament. She has come as far as the council threshold because the shard traveled by water before it traveled by rank, and she does not trust land-bound men to remember that. Melanthos stands a little behind you, one hand resting on his tool bag, though no repair has been requested. Lycera waits near the wall with the other singers, the folded departure cloth held so tightly against her chest that the edge has creased. The council doors open inward. The chamber receives light from high slits cut above the seats, narrow enough to make every beam seem deliberate. The floor is polished stone, veined in gray and red, with a circular space left open at the center. Around it rise the seats of the kings and their chief officers. Behind them stand scribes, guards, messengers, and men whose importance depends on being close to importance. Bronze warms the walls, orichalcum glows in the inlays. Nothing in the room has been made careless. Damon walks forward first because the record has summoned him. You follow with the temple cup wrapped beneath your arm, required for the formal opening. Nerea remains near the entrance, where she can still see the strip of water beyond the outer court. Melanthos enters slowly, eyes not on the kings but on the fittings of the chamber doors, as if judging whether power at least knows how to hang itself properly. At the center of the floor, Damon kneels and unfolds the cloth. The shard appears almost dull against the council stone, a broken curve of pottery, dark-lined, ordinary, its painted turns slipping slightly where the potter's hand had wavered. It does not shine. It does not flatter the room. It seems, for one breath, too humble to survive the attention placed upon it. One of the Western kings leans forward. This is the evidence. A harbor officer steps out from the side, recovered from a trader moving through suspect waters. Suspect because he passed near Athens. Suspect because Athens has refused the proper order of the sea. Damon's stylus waits above the tablet. You see him hear the phrase before he writes it. Proper order, the kind of phrase that arrives already dressed for history, the kind that can carry hunger while pretending to carry law. Atlas sits in the central seat, older than when his hand first steadied itself on the bronze rail, older even than yesterday's ritual seemed to show. Not weak, not diminished, but layered now. Authority has added weight to him year by year, and some part of the man beneath it has learned to breathe through stone. He looks at the shard longer than the others do. The harbor officer continues. The trader's answers were evasive. The vessel is Athenian work. The route suggests contact with hostile interests. The military harbor recommends the shard be entered as proof of concealed exchange. Damon writes some of this, but not all. His stylus moves in careful pieces, preserving statement without swallowing judgment. The officer's eyes flick toward the tablet. Read it back, he says. Damon lifts the tablet. Shard of Athenian household pottery, carried by trader, questioned at Eastern Harbor. Officer states route suggests hostile contact. Trader states vessel belonged to his sister's household. A murmur moves along the lower officers. The harbor officer's face hardens. That last detail is irrelevant. Damon does not lower the tablet. It was said during questioning. It has no military value. From the entrance, Nerea says, then it should not frighten anyone. Several heads turn. She has not raised her voice, yet the chamber's shape carries it cleanly. A guard shifts as if to silence her, but Atlas lifts one hand, and the guard stills. The Western king with orichalcum at his wrists studies Nerea as one might study a crack in a fine wall. And you are? A pilot. For the royal harbor? For water that existed before the harbor. A faint discomfort passes through the room. Men of rank dislike answers that cannot be easily placed beneath a title. The king turns away from her. Athens resists the peace we offer. Its allies hide behind trade. Its households feed defiance as surely as its soldiers do. Lysara lowers her eyes. The departure song cloth moves slightly in her hands. Damon's stylus pauses again, and you know he is hearing the word households differently now because of Myra, Joran, Mara, Tion, the potter's repaired handle, the thin barley bowl. The council uses the word as a category. He has learned it as a room with children inside. Atlas speaks at last. What did the trader carry besides the shard? The harbor officer hesitates. Common goods. Name them. A knife, 2 coins, oil, cloth, a broken comb. The chamber waits, unsure why such things must be named. Atlas's gaze remains on the shard. So the hostile cargo was a cup, a comb, oil, cloth, and poverty. No one laughs. It is not a jest, though it has the shape of one for a moment. The Western king's face tightens. The harbor officer looks toward the floor. Damon writes the list. The council debate opens like a gate that has been poorly repaired. One voice speaks of sea lanes, another of tribute, another of Athens refusing the natural reach of Atlantis. Another insists that hesitation now will make the outer lands bold. The words gather force by repeating one another. Each phrase adds polish, and with polish comes distance from the broken cup on the floor. You stand near the temple cup and listen as language turns people into obstacles. Athens becomes resistance, disorder, insolence, narrowness, ingratitude, defiance. No one says sister's husband. No one says painted slip of the hand. No one says drinking cup. The shard lies at the center while the room builds a larger object around it, something heavy enough to justify ships. Nerea watches the speakers the way she watches water before a bad turn. Melanthos has found the hinge of the council door with his eyes and seems displeased by the fit. Lysara's lips move once around a silent note and then stop. Damon bends slightly toward you. They will change the record after. Will you let them? His eyes remain on the wax. No. The answer is barely sound. It is also not uncertain. A younger royal officer steps forward with a naval tablet. He names ship numbers, crew readiness, stored grain, ore strength, bronze fittings, sailcloth. The list is meant to calm the council by making war feel countable. Damon writes. Nerea hears the ship numbers and looks toward the water visible beyond the entrance. Those oars will need twice the repair after open sea, she says quietly. Melanthos hears her. If they return. The words do not travel far. They do not need to. The chamber's sensory world narrows into sound. Council voices rise, overlap, settle, rise again. Bronze chair arms answer each shift of royal weight with a low creak. Damon's stylus scrapes in thin disciplined lines, slower whenever a phrase tries to disguise itself. Outside the chamber, from far below, oars knock against a practice hull in the harbor basin, wood on wood measured, repeating. The torn edge of a sailcloth hung near the side wall stirs whenever the doors open, whispering against stone. For several breaths, sound tells the truth more plainly than speech. Voices making war, wax resisting them, oars learning obedience, cloth remembering wind. The final decision does not arrive suddenly. It accumulates. One concession, then another. Patrols become enforcement. Enforcement becomes campaign. Campaign becomes necessity. Necessity becomes honor. By the time the chief officer names the deployment, many in the chamber behave as if the room discovered the decision rather than made it. Atlas does not speak as quickly as the others expect. His hand rests on the bronze arm of his seat. You remember his younger hand on the first rail, the nick near his thumb, the mud at the edge of his garment when Nerea told him to press near the root. That man is still somewhere inside this one, but the chamber around him is larger now, and sometimes rooms grow strong enough to weaken the people seated at their center. He looks once toward the shard. "Enter the decision," he says. Damon writes. His hand does not shake, but his face has gone pale. He records the deployment, the stated cause, the dissenting detail of the trader's household claim, the common goods, the officer's interpretation, and the council's final order. He writes enough that no clean copy can honestly pretend the shard was only evidence of an enemy. Whether the record survives is another question. For now, it exists. Lasara and the singers are called forward to close the session. The departure song must be sung again, this time in the council chamber before the order leaves as command. Lasara unfolds the cloth. The bright words appear, smooth and obedient. She sings clearly. No hidden hill note enters beneath it. No spring note softens it. The song praises reach, strength, destiny, and the sea roads opening beneath Atlantean command. Inside the chamber, without wind or harbor noise, its emptiness becomes even more visible. The melody is beautiful in shape, but rootless in feeling. It carries well because it carries little weight. When it ends, Atlas lowers his eyes for a breath. The Western king applauds once against the arm of his chair. Others follow softly, not with delight, but with the satisfaction of order completed. Lasara folds the cloth. Her hands are steady. Damon does not write the applause. After the council rises, movement breaks into smaller currents. Officers gather around naval tablets. Scribes exchange copies. Guards lift the shard from the floor and wrap it again, this time in an official cloth marked with red cord. The plain cloth Damon used is left behind on the stone, suddenly useless. You pick it up before an attendant can sweep it away. Nerea approaches the center only after the kings have stepped down. They have made up their minds to row against current. Damon wraps his tablet. Can current be beaten? For a while, she says, by men willing to spend other men's arms. Melanthos comes near with his tool bag. The side door hinge is badly set. Damon looks at him, confused by the turn. "I told an attendant," Melanthos says. "He said it was not the council's concern." Nerea glances toward the bronze seats. A room that cannot hear its own door will not hear water. Lasara joins you then, the song cloth folded under one arm. She looks toward the official wrapping around the shard. Will they use it as proof? "Yes," Damon says. "Of what?" He looks at the red cord. "Of what they already wanted." No one answers. The chamber has emptied enough that silence returns to its polished surfaces. You leave by the side passage rather than the main doors. The passage opens toward the temple wall, where sailcloth from the military harbor has been brought for blessing and repair. One torn sail hangs over a low frame, drying in the late light. Its fabric is coarse and stiff with salt. Along one edge, the weave has opened where wind and strain found weakness. A young rower sits nearby with his forearm wrapped, watching a temple attendant stitch the cloth. Lasara kneels beside him. Were you on the practice run? He nods. Only the outer turn. His voice is embarrassed, as if injury before battle is a failure. Nerea crouches and looks at the wrapping. Blister torn under cloth? He nods again. Bad oar grip, she says, not bad hand. The rower looks at her with relief he tries to hide. You bring a bowl of warm water from the temple steps. Melanthos tears a strip from the plain cloth left under the shard and uses it to pad the new wrapping. Damon watches this with an expression you cannot name at first. Then you understand. The cloth that carried the household shard now covers a rower's injured arm. Evidence has become care. The temple kitchen sends bread, soft cheese, olives, and a little fish stew for the men repairing sailcloth. No ceremony attends the meal. That is why it comforts. The stew is warm, thickened with barley, and the fish has softened into the broth until it gives itself up with each spoonful. The bread is fresh enough to pull apart in threads. Cheese cools the mouth after the salt. The rower eats awkwardly with one hand and smiles when Lasara tears his bread for him without speaking of the injury. For a little while, the council's polished language cannot enter this small space. Here are cloth, broth, skin, salt, torn weave, tired hands, and the ordinary hunger of men whose bodies must carry decisions made above them. Track 1 arrives not as celebration, but as care made warm enough to swallow. Damon sits with his tablet across his knees, but does not open it. I wrote the household detail. Melanthos dips bread into the stew. Good. They may remove it. Then you write it again. They may remove me. Melanthos looks at him then, directly. Then someone else must know where you put the words. Damon lowers his gaze. Nerea hears. So do you. So does Lasara. The young scribe is no longer only protecting records. He is becoming one. As evening lowers, the torn sail is turned on its frame so the damp side can face the air. The rower's arm is newly wrapped. The official shard has gone with the council scribes, but the memory of its plain cloth remains in the bandage. Nerea leaves to check the boats assigned for morning patrol. Lasara returns the empty stew bowl to the kitchen and comes back with a cup of water for Damon, who has forgotten to drink. Melanthos stands beside the sail frame, touching the damaged weave. This was not mended soon enough. The tear, you ask? The strain before the tear. He lets the cloth fall back. Men notice breaking. They are less willing to notice pulling. The words rest over the passage, over the council, over Atlantis itself. A messenger finds Damon near the wall before full dark. The keeper of records requires his presence. The clean copy must be prepared before the order travels to the harbor. Damon receives the message, folds his tablet, and stands. His face shows fear, but not retreat. Lasara looks at him. Will you keep the words? He touches the tablet edge. I will keep a path to them. Nerea, returning just in time to hear, says, paths need more than one walker. He nods. The trust between them is now beyond speech. The temple wall grows cooler under the evening. Lamps appear in the inner court, then along the harbor road. The torn sail hangs from its frame, drying beside the stone, its torn edge stitched enough to hold but still visible. You stand near it after the others move away. Salt remains in the cloth. So does wind. So does the strain that came before anyone admitted damage. The sail lifts once in the mild air and settles again against the frame. Tomorrow its cloth may return to a ship, or be cut for bandages, or be stored until someone decides what use remains in it. For tonight it dries beside the temple wall, holding the light in its worn threads while the council's decision travels downward toward the harbor. Chapter 11. The night the center cooled. The torn sailcloth covers the first wounded oarsman before the sun has fully left the temple wall. Its stitched edge lies across his knees, stiff with salt and still faintly damp from yesterday's drying frame. He tries to push it away at first, embarrassed by the care, but his wrapped hand fails to grip properly, and Lysara lowers the cloth back over him without making the gesture feel like correction. "You are cold," she says. "I am not. You are badly informed." The oarsman almost smiles. His face is gray beneath the day's exhaustion, but the cloth settles him. Around him, other men sit or lie along the side passage, some with hands wrapped, some with shoulders bound, some with the blank look of men who have returned from water that did not behave like practice water. No great battle has filled the city with noise. The damage has arrived in smaller ways: strained arms, cut feet, bruised ribs, salt-burned eyes, silence where boasting had stood yesterday. The council's order has gone down to the military harbor. Patrols have gone farther than planned. One ship has returned without its outer steering frame intact. Another has come back with 3 benches empty, and no one willing to explain at first whether the men were lost to water, panic, enemy action, or the city's own haste. The official words will come later. They always do. The bodies have arrived before them. You kneel beside a basin of warm water, soaking strips of cloth for the men whose hands have opened under the oars. The temple kitchen has sent broth. The singers have been dismissed from formal duty, but Lysara remains, moving from man to man with water, cloth, and a voice kept low enough not to turn care into performance. Damon stands near the passage arch with the clean copy of the council order in one hand and another tablet hidden beneath his cloak. Melanthos arrives carrying no tool bag tonight. That absence makes him look older. His hands hang empty at his sides for a moment, as if they do not know where to put themselves when nothing can be mended by bronze, wood, hinge, or handle. Then he lowers himself beside the nearest oarsman and takes the man's wrapped palm between his own. "Bad grip," he says. The oarsman blinks. "Nerea said that yesterday. She was right yesterday. I held as trained. Then the training was wrong." The young man looks away, and the words seem to comfort him more than sympathy would have done. Melanthos unwraps the palm carefully, examines the torn skin, and nods toward the basin. You pass him a warm strip. He winds it slowly, not expertly like a healer, but competently like a craftsman who understands pressure, friction, and the cost of poor design. Outside the passage, the center of Atlantis remains beautiful. Lamps burn along the temple court. Bronze doors hold their evening glow. The inner canal reflects lines of light so steady they seem to promise that order still rules the water. Yet the air has cooled in a way that does not belong only to night. Heat leaves the central stones faster now. The walls give back less warmth than they used to, as if the city has begun keeping something from itself. Damon steps closer when the oarsman sleeps. His face is closed, but his eyes are too awake. "They changed the copy," he says. "You rinse another strip of cloth. How much?" The household shard is gone. The trader's account is gone. The list of common goods is gone. Athens remains. Hostile contact remains. Proper order remains. Melanthos's hands pause over the bandage. And your copy. Damon touches the tablet under his cloak. Still mine. That is not enough, Melanthos says. I know. The words come quickly, too quickly. Damon looks toward the sleeping men before continuing. I made another. Nerea has one. The potter in the outer district has one sealed inside a jar. Lysara has the songcloth with the date stitched into the hem. If they erase the archive, the path remains. Lysara, returning with broth, looks startled to hear her part named aloud. You told me to keep it safe. I did. You did not tell me it was a record. Damon lowers his eyes. I thought you might refuse if I named it. She stands still, bowl in hand. For a moment, hurt crosses her face, not because she fears the danger, but because he trusted her courage less than her obedience. Damon sees it and cannot hide from it. I was wrong, he says. That is all. No defense, no careful explanation, just the admission, plain enough to be received. Lysara gives the broth to the wounded oarsman beside her, then turns back to him. Next time, she says, name the danger. Damon nods. Next time. The passage settles again into the sounds of care, cloth lifted from water, breath drawn through teeth, a bowl set down, a low thanks from a man too tired to raise his head. Track 2 lies over the place, but it does not crush it. There is pain here, and fear, and the first taste of a campaign that may have been named before it was understood. Yet no one is alone inside it. Hands keep moving. Warm water keeps being passed. Names are asked and repeated. Nerea comes near midnight. She does not enter through the main court. She appears from the canal side, hair damp, lower garment wet to the knee, one sleeve dark with mud. Her face tells you more before her words do. The outer channels have been troubled. She has brought the trouble with her. Families need moving from the low eastern bank, she says. Damon turns at once. Flooding? Not flooding. Not yet. She looks toward the inner canal where the reflections remain too steady. Wrong water. Melanthos lifts his head. Wrong how, coming up where it should drain, pulling back where it should gather. The flow gates answer late. One bank has opened under a storehouse wall. A priest nearby hears and stiffens. The engineers should be told. I told them, Nerea says. And? They sent a boy to ask whether I meant seepage. The word hangs there, absurd in its smallness. Nerea steps closer to the basin and washes mud from her hands. The water clouds at once. I mean mothers lifting sleeping children from floors that should be dry. I mean jars floating inside houses. I mean goats refusing to cross a bridge they crossed yesterday. Damon reaches for a tablet, then remembers where he is and what hour it is. How many houses? 7 emptied. More by dawn if the bank keeps softening. He repeats the number under his breath. 7. Not because 7 is enough, but because numbers give the first handle to action. Lysara lifts the broth pot from the low fire. The singer's room can hold children. The outer storeroom can hold grain, Melanthos says. A temple attendant begins to object. The storeroom is reserved for ritual vessels. Melanthos looks at him. No anger, only age and the refusal to waste time. Then tonight the vessels can practice humility. The attendant closes his mouth. Movement begins without command. That is how you know the danger has entered the body of the place. Lysara gathers 2 younger singers and sends them to prepare blankets. Damon tears a strip from the edge of a damaged copy tablet wrapping and writes names as Nerea gives them. Melanthos asks for carts. The temple attendant, perhaps ashamed, goes to find them. You lift the lamp from the passage wall and follow Nerea toward the canal steps. The night air is colder outside. It touches the damp cloths at your wrists and enters the skin. The central stones under your sandals, usually slow to surrender the day's heat, have cooled all the way through. Even the bronze rail near the lower court feels cold when your hand brushes it for balance. The canal below reflects lamps in broken lines now. A faint movement crosses the surface from beneath. Not wind, not boat wake, but something deeper changing its mind. Nerea sees you looking. Do not name it yet, because naming frightens people, because a wrong name comforts them. You carry that with you down the steps. The eastern low bank is not far by boat, but the journey feels longer in the dark. Nerea pulls with careful force, testing depth before trusting it. Damon sits in the middle with the tablet braced against his knee, writing by shielded lamp. Lysara rides behind him, holding folded blankets. Melanthos sits near the stern, his empty hands now closed around a rope because hands like his cannot remain unused for long. As you pass the military basin, long ships rest black against their moorings. Guards stand by the piers. One ship lists slightly to one side while men work near its steering frame. The plain bronze strip Melanthos fitted to the weapon rack is not visible from the water, but you think of it holding under weight, unimpressive and honest. Beyond the ships, the outer dark thickens. At the low bank, households have already begun to gather in the lane above the water. Lamps move in hands. Children wrapped in blankets lean against older siblings. A woman carries a jar under one arm and a sleeping child under the other. 2 goats complain from a cart as if their dignity has suffered more than their safety. Water glistens in doorways where no canal should reach. Nerea steps out before the boat has fully settled. No heavy chests, she calls. Food, blankets, tools, records. Leave what needs 4 hands. A man near the nearest doorway protests. My father's table will drown slower than your son. He looks toward the child beside him. The argument leaves him. He takes the boy's hand instead. Damon writes names as people pass. This time he does not begin with category. He asks each person directly. Name, household, who is missing, what was left, whether anyone cannot walk. His stylus moves quickly, but his eyes lift for every answer. The record has a handle now. It has many. Lysara kneels beside 2 children whose mother has gone back for medicine. She gives them each a corner of blanket to hold and begins tapping a rhythm softly on the folded cloth over her knee. No drum tonight, only fingers. The children follow with their own hands. Tap, rest, tap, rest. The rhythm gives waiting a shape. You enter one of the houses with Nerea. Water covers the floor in a thin, cold sheet. It has lifted rushes from one corner and carries a wooden spoon slowly toward the door. The hearth is dark. A clay image of Poseidon stands on a shelf above the waterline, garlanded with dried herbs now drooping in the damp. Nerea lifts a sack of grain from a stool and hands it to you. Dry enough, she says. The sack is heavier than expected. Grain shifts inside it against your ribs as you carry it out. The cold from the floor has entered your feet. Behind you, Nerea takes a bundle of tools from a wall peg and a small sealed jar from a shelf. Records, you ask? Marriage tokens, she says. Same thing if the house is honest. Outside, the lane fills with low movement. No one screams. No one has time for panic, and Nerea's practical voice keeps fear from finding theatrical shape. Atlantis has endured many ceremonies, but here, under cold lamps beside wrong water, it reveals a different kind of order. Neighbor handing neighbor a child, old man counting goats, singer warming little hands, scribe writing names that may otherwise vanish. When the carts are filled, the first group moves toward the temple storerooms. Melanthos walks beside the cart with the goats, one hand on the wheel where the axle wobbles. He mutters at it as if insulting the wheel will help it remember its duty. The children near Lysara begin humming the rhythm she gave them, turning fear into a small procession song. The return to the center is slow. The carts cannot take the steepest inner path, so Nerea guides them by the warmer stones where the road holds firm. Damon walks beside her now, tablet tucked away, both hands helping an old man keep balance. His clean hem is no longer clean. Mud has climbed it almost to the knee. Near the temple court, the attendant who objected earlier has opened the storeroom doors. Ritual vessels have been moved to one side, covered properly but no longer ruling the space. Families enter with blankets, sacks, jars, tools, goats, and the dazed relief of people safe enough to feel how frightened they have been. Lysura brings the children to the singer's room. Warm broth is thinned and shared. No one calls it enough. Everyone receives it as something. The pleasure here is small, but it is real. A child wraps both hands around a cup and lets steam touch her face before drinking. An old woman sits on a folded blanket and laughs once because a goat has chosen the finest corner of the storeroom as if born royal. Warm broth moves down the throat, thin but salted, carrying onion and a little barley. Wet feet are dried near the low fire. Someone finds extra wool. Someone else remembers honey kept for singers and adds 1 spoon to the children's pot. The night remains difficult, but warmth has been made inside it. Damon stands near the storeroom entrance, looking at the families. 7 houses, he says. More by dawn, you ask? Yes. He closes his eyes briefly, and the official morning report will say seepage. Nerea beside him answers without looking away from the families. Then your report will say floors and names, Melanthos adds, lowering himself onto a stone bench. Damon opens his eyes. And names. Near the back of the storeroom, Lysara sings at last. Not the court song, not the departure song, not even the full hill hymn, only a low line about water finding its bowl and morning finding its door. The children settle under it. Adults pretend not to need it and listen anyway. The goats grow quiet, which Nerea declares the strongest proof of the song's usefulness. Sometime after midnight, the center trembles, not violently, not in the way stories later prefer. A low shift passes through stone, enough to make the lamp flames lean, and the bronze vessels answer with faint notes where they touch one another. Conversation stops. One child begins to cry, then stops when his mother's hand closes around his shoulder. The tremor passes. The city remains standing, but the cold deepens. You feel it in the floor before you feel it in the air. The warmth stored in stone seems to draw inward, away from the surface, as if the island has taken a slow breath and not yet released it. Melanthos reaches for the bench beside him. Nerea looks toward the canal. Damon writes one word at the top of a fresh scrap without being asked: tremor. Then he adds the time by lamp measure. The priest in charge of night rites enters the storeroom, pale but composed. There is no cause for alarm. Nerea's eyes remain on the doorway. Good. Then we can spend our alarm on causes. The priest has no answer ready. To his credit, he does not invent one. He asks where help is needed, and for the first time that night, you respect him. The hours before dawn stretch without fully breaking. More families arrive from the low bank. The eastern flow gate is reported jammed, then freed, then uncertain again. One of the military harbor ships sends for more hands because its damaged steering frame has shifted. The city continues functioning, but function is not peace. It is only motion that has not yet failed. Melanthos finally takes a tool from someone's emergency bundle and repairs the cart axle by lamplight. His hands seem relieved to be given wood and binding again. Damon writes beside him, preserving not only the repair, but the reason for it. Evacuation from low bank after water entered 7 houses. Nerea corrects the number to 9. Damon changes it without shame. Lasara's voice grows hoarse. She drinks warm water, rests, then sings again when a child wakes frightened. The dependent has changed into a keeper of others' steadiness, and you see the cost of it in her shoulders. She is no longer only the girl whose song needed protection. She is becoming a place where frightened people set their breathing. Near dawn, the last of the first evacuees sleep or sit wrapped in borrowed cloth. Damon seals 3 copies of the night record, one for the temple, one for Nerea, one hidden inside a grain jar marked for the outer district. Melanthos watches him. You are learning. Damon looks at the copies. Too slowly. All honest crafts are learned too slowly. That is comfort, though it carries no softness. The eastern sky pales beyond the upper court. Light enters the storeroom without warmth at first. It touches sleeping children, stacked vessels, damp sandals, barley sacks, the goat in the best corner, Lasara's folded hands, Damon's sealed copies, Nerea's mud-dark hem, Melanthos's repaired axle peg. The center of Atlantis has not fallen. It has cooled. Its certainty has thinned. Its stone still stands, but the night has entered it. Before the morning rites, a small offering is made in the outer court for the displaced families and the wounded oarsmen. No official ceremony has been prepared, so the people make one from what is available: a clay dish, a little barley, a cup of warmed water, and ash from the night fire. Lysara brings the dish. Damon records the names of those present. Nerea stands facing the canal. Melanthos pours the ash slowly, and the gray softness gathers in the clay. You hold the dish after him. It is warmer than the air. The ash shifts with each breath, light and fragile, carrying the remains of wood that gave heat through the night. Around you, people are too tired for grand prayer. That seems fitting. The truest prayers of this night have already been made by hands lifting children, opening storerooms, wrapping wounds, freeing gates, writing names, and carrying grain above water. The warm ash rests in the clay dish as morning reaches the court. Its heat will fade soon, but not yet. For a little while longer, it holds what the night gave and what the city has not yet understood it is losing. Chapter 12. The sea takes the plain ash, drifts across the final morning stones before anyone calls the day final. It leaves the clay dish in soft gray threads, lifted by a movement of air too low to be wind. Some of it rests on the court floor, some touches the edge of your sleeve. A little settles along the rim of the warmed water cup, where it darkens and disappears. The dish itself has cooled in your hands, but the memory of heat remains in the clay, faint enough that you keep holding it after the offering is done. Around the outer court, people move as if the night has not ended, but merely changed color. Families from the low eastern bank sleep under borrowed cloth in the storeroom. Wounded oarsmen lie along the passage wall, quieter now, their wrapped hands folded over their chests. Lysara sits near the singer's doorway with her head bowed, not asleep, only resting in the small hollow after too much usefulness. Damon stands beside a pillar, writing the morning copy of the night record before anyone can rename it. Nerea has not sat down at all. The first wrongness of the day is water in a place too high for it. A thin line shines between two stones near the lower temple step. At first it looks like spilled basin water from the morning rites. Then another line appears beside it, not running down from the shrine, but rising, gathering in the seam where the stone should be dry. You crouch and touch it. Cold answers your fingers. Not spring cold, not canal cold, a deeper cold, carrying no memory of sunlight. Nerea sees your hand and crosses the court at once. She kneels without ceremony, presses two fingers into the seam, then smells them. Her face does not change enough for others to read. "Wake those who can walk," she says. Damon's stylus stops. "How many?" "All who can walk." No one argues with her tone. The temple doors have swollen slightly in the night. Melanthos discovers it when he tries to open the side passage fully, and the wood resists him. He places both hands against it, not forcing, listening through his palms the way he listens to bronze and hinge and handle. The door gives a little, then holds. "Water has entered the lower grain beneath the threshold," he says. A priest, pale from sleeplessness, looks toward the clear sky above the court, as if hoping weather will explain the floor. There has been no rain. Nerea turns on him, not sharply, only with the exhaustion of someone tired of wrong names. "Then do not call it rain." The court begins to move, not panic, work. That difference saves the first hour. Blankets are folded around children. The wounded who can stand are lifted carefully. Grain sacks are raised onto carts. Temple vessels are gathered, then set aside when hands are needed elsewhere. Lysara wakes fully when a child touches her wrist. She rises at once, and though her voice is rough, she begins giving the children a rhythm to follow with their steps. 3 slow taps against her drum, then a pause, then 3 again. Walking becomes easier when fear has a measure. Damon wraps the sealed records in oiled cloth and ties them beneath his garment. He has 3 official copies, 2 hidden copies, and 1 rough scrap still marked with Mara's household count. The bundle presses against his ribs. He keeps touching it, not as a scribe protecting property, but as a man checking whether a small part of the truth still has warmth from his body. Melanthos carries the plain clay dish that held ash. You see him choose it over a polished temple basin. The choice is not grand, it is exactly him. The water between the lower stones widens. Light changes first at the floor. Morning brightness touches the thin water and breaks into uneven tremors against the court wall. The bronze fittings above remain still, but their reflections begin to move where no reflection should yet exist. A lamp flame near the side passage leans, though no one passes it. Ash on the stones turns silver at the edges. The sun has not risen high, yet the court seems brighter from below than from above. Every small pool takes the light and unsettles it. Outside, animals begin refusing familiar paths. The goats in the storeroom will not step through the main gate. A donkey pulls back from the lower bridge and plants itself with the same stubborn dignity as the first harbor donkey from long ago. But this time no one laughs. Birds lift from the roofline, circle once, and settle nowhere. Dogs bark toward the canal, then retreat under carts. Nerea leads the first group toward the western rise instead of the inner bridge. Not the bridge, she says. The stone below it shifted. A temple guard looks at the bridge, still standing, still handsome. It looks sound. Then admire it from here. He obeys. The inner ring no longer moves like a canal. Its surface draws back from one bank and presses against another, leaving wet stone exposed in one place while water licks too high at the opposite steps. Boats strain against ropes. One small shrine by the waterline has already tilted, not fallen, only leaned enough that the god's plain face looks downward into the canal. A woman from the displaced families reaches toward it, then pulls her hand back because her child is holding her sleeve. You take the child's other hand. The route upward passes the temple wall where the torn sail once dried. The frame is empty now. Its cloth has become bandages, blankets, and one strip wrapped around Damon's record bundle. The wall itself is damp along the base. Melanthos touches it as he passes and closes his eyes for half a breath. Stone is letting go, he says. No one asks of what. The first full tremor comes while the group is crossing the western court. It does not arrive as spectacle. It arrives as misplacement. A jar on a ledge turns and falls, but softly into stacked cloth. A bronze cup rings once against another cup, then both go still. The floor rises under your feet in a slow, uneven breath, enough to bend knees and make every body remember it belongs to earth before it belongs to any city. The children freeze. Lacera taps the drum once, then again, slower than before, and the group begins moving. Water sounds louder after the tremor, not rushing yet, gathering, entering, finding. You look back toward the inner court. The place where the offering bowl once rested is still visible, but the lower step beneath it shines with water. Ash floats in thin gray islands along the seam between stones. The first shrine has not vanished. It is becoming unreachable in small increments. Nerea sends the children and wounded ahead with 2 attendants toward the western rise. Stay above the second marker, she tells them. If water reaches the blue stone, go higher. One attendant asks, how high? Nerea looks toward the plain beyond the rings. Her answer is quiet enough that only those near her hear it. Until there is no higher path, Damon hears. He writes nothing. Some sentences do not become safer by entering wax. The central city begins emptying unevenly. Those who trust Nerea's kind of knowledge move early. Those waiting for official direction gather near gates, arguing over carts, documents, household vessels, temple permissions, royal stores. Officers ride through shouting instructions that change when the next messenger arrives. The military harbor sends men to secure ships. The merchant ring tries to move goods uphill and people around them. Some men save metal before grain. Some save records before children until women shout them back into order. Atlantis reveals itself in each choice. Lasara stops near the singer's room to retrieve the old hymn cloth. The doorway has warped. Melanthos wedges his shoulder against it and pushes slowly. The wood groans, gives, and opens just enough for her to slip through. She returns with 2 cloth bundles, not one. What else, you ask? The children's blankets, she says. Of course. Damon reaches for 1 bundle, but she keeps the hymn cloth herself. Not because she mistrusts him, because she has learned that records can be sung as well as written. The second tremor passes lower, deeper. You feel it in the teeth. A crack appears across the plaster near the archive passage, thin as a drawn line. Dust falls from the upper edge and lands in the rising water. The archive door stands shut. Damon sees it. No one speaks. His body has already decided before the rest of him can calculate. He crosses the court toward the archive steps. Nerea catches his sleeve. No, there are records below. There is water below. Names. Her grip tightens. Living names are above. The cruelty of truth enters his face. For a moment he is split open by it. Then Melanthos steps beside him and places the clay ash dish into his hands. Carry what you already saved, the old man says. Do not die for what was kept in a room that never learned to breathe. Damon looks at the archive door. The lower seam is dark now. Water presses from beneath it, not much, but steadily. His jaw works once. He turns away. That turning is one of the hardest things you have seen him do. The path toward the outer rise takes you past the bronze column of laws. Attendants are trying to decide whether to move it, though every person there knows it is too heavy. One young priest presses his forehead to the column and weeps without sound. The laws carved into it catch the unsettled light, letters broken by reflections from water on the floor. For all its weight, the column cannot walk. Atlas appears near the column with 2 guards and no full procession. Age, rank, and sleeplessness have hollowed his face, but he is still recognizable as the man who once pressed a tamping pole into mud after Nerea corrected him. His robes are wet at the hem. Someone has tied a bandage around his left forearm. He looks at the column, then at the people moving past with children, sacks, blankets, and small household gods. For a moment, you are close enough to see the gap between the ruler and the legend again. His eyes do not hold command now. They hold accounting, not numbers, losses, roots, bodies, the terrible arithmetic of what can still be carried. Asterion, he says, your name lands softer than it did at the first ceremony, and heavier because of that. He points toward the western rise. Take them beyond the second ridge. You bow your head, but Nerea answers before you can. The second ridge may not be enough. Atlas looks at her. Recognition passes through him slowly, like light through deep water. Then beyond your doubt. Nerea accepts that. It is the closest thing to wisdom authority has offered all morning. Melanthos steps toward Atlas and holds out the clay ash dish. For the hill. Atlas looks at the dish, then at Melanthos. You keep it. The old bronze worker shakes his head. My hands are full of work. Yours are full of ending. No one knows whether such a thing should be said to a king. The morning has moved beyond that kind of safety. Atlas receives the dish. His fingers close around the clay. For the first time since the first platform, you see him holding something plain enough to tell him the truth. The western rise road begins with fitted stone and ends quickly in older ground. Grass, damp soil, exposed roots, goat paths, and cart ruts. The city had planned to improve this road later. Later has become a word without meaning. People climb slowly, turning back again and again, because every sound from below asks to be identified. A wall falling, a gate closing, a ship breaking from mooring, a bell ringing too long because no hand can steady it. The sea has entered the outer plain. You cannot see all of it from the first rise. You see pieces, water across fields where grain should stand, white lines moving between storehouses, boats dragged sideways from canals into streets, animals bunched on patches of higher ground, people crossing roofs, men waist-deep near a bridge trying to pull a cart free. The rings, once protection, have become paths for the water's inward memory. What was designed to guide now helps carry. Neria's face turns still in a way that frightens you more than shouting would. Higher. The word passes from mouth to mouth. Higher, higher, higher. Damon helps an old woman climb by letting her lean both hands on his shoulders from behind. Lasara walks among the children, counting them by name now, not number. Myra's children are there. Mara, Tion, and the youngest whose name Damon wrote after the goats. Their mother carries a sack of barley against one hip. The grain moves inside it with each step. A small dry sound under the larger sound of water. Melanthos falls behind near a broken cartwheel. You turn back and find him trying to free a trapped bundle of tools from beneath the axle. Leave them, you say. He looks at the tools. His face tightens with an old grief that has nothing to do with metal alone. Then he takes only one thing, the bronze chisel, handle worn dark by years of use. He slips it into his belt. A man may leave many tools, he says, breathing hard, not the one that remembers his hand best. You take his arm, and together you climb. Behind you, the central temple bells begin ringing without rhythm, not ceremony, movement, tremor, water. One bell stops abruptly, another continues, struck again and again by the shifting of its own frame. The sound follows the refugees up the rise, thin and uneven. The final view of the inner city comes from a ridge where the path bends around a stand of low trees. People stop despite Nerea urging them onward. Even she stops for one breath. Atlantis lies below in fragments of impossible beauty and visible failure. The concentric rings shine under a hard morning light, but the shine has become unstable. Water crosses boundaries it once obeyed. Bridges stand with nothing beneath one side. The military harbor is crowded with ships unable to decide whether to flee or serve. The merchant ring has broken into floating colors, cloth, fruit crates, painted posts, awnings torn from their ropes. At the center, Cleito's hill still rises. For a breath, it seems the hill may remain above everything. The first shrine, the bowl, the gate hinge, the threshold, the bronze rail, the column, the song bench, the archive passage, all held in the eye at once. Then water enters the lower court fully. Light flares across it. The hill does not vanish. It becomes an island inside the island, and then the distance between stone and water grows too small for the eye to trust. Lasara begins singing, not loudly. Her voice is worn, nearly gone. The old hill hymn comes without court verse, without departure cloth, without hiddenness. It is only the spring, the bowl, the hill, the first water held in human hands. The children hear and quiet. Myra joins on the second line. One of the wounded rowers joins without knowing all the words. Damon does not sing, but his lips move around the names he has carried. Nerea looks toward the canals as if memorizing their last honest shape. Melanthos grips the chisel in his belt. Track 2 does not leave. Loss stands everywhere, but the song keeps the body from becoming only fear. The ground shifts again, farther below. This time the city answers visibly. A wall near the inner ring lowers in a long, slow motion, not falling outward, but sinking as if the earth beneath it has withdrawn permission. Water rises through the open place. The bronze roofs near the temple flash once in the sun, then dull as spray and distance take them. People on the ridge draw breath together. No one has words large enough, and that is mercy. Nerea touches your arm. Now. The group moves beyond the first ridge, then the second. Atlas's command and Nerea's correction travel together now. Beyond the second ridge, beyond doubt. The path grows rougher. Some stumble, others lift them. A child cries for a toy left behind and is given a honey date from someone's last pouch. The date is old, sugared white at the edge, but the child accepts it. Sweetness returns in the middle of ending, small and stubborn. By afternoon, the sea has taken the plain in ways the eye can no longer organize. The lower fields are water. The outer districts are lines and roofs. The rings are no longer rings but disturbed circles beneath a moving brightness. Smoke rises from places where cooking fires met floodwater and died. Boats drift where streets used to hold carts. The military harbor's long ships appear briefly, then vanish behind spray, mist, and distance. You do not know who escapes. You cannot know. The body wants names, and the world gives only water. Damon sits on a stone at the high resting place and unwraps his records. His hands are shaking now, not from fear alone, from the effort of having kept them dry. He checks each bundle: council order, household count, Eastern Bank record, Athenian shard account, altered hymn date, timber movement, names from the night evacuation. Some wax has softened, some edges have blurred. Enough remains. Lysera kneels beside him and lays the hymn cloth across her lap. Write the song too. I know the beginning, he says. I know the rest. So he writes while she recites, not as performance, but as preservation. Melanthos sits nearby with the chisel across his knees. Nerea stands at the edge of the rise, watching the water's behavior even now, because she cannot stop being who she is, simply because the city has stopped being what it was. A group of survivors gathers around a small fire made from broken cartwood. The flame is difficult to start in the damp air, but when it catches, people lean toward it with the reverence of the cold. Barley from Myra's sack is cooked in a dented pot with water carried from a spring on the rise. There is not much. It is shared anyway. Someone adds onion. Someone else adds salt, kept in a small cloth twist. A rower breaks his ration bread into the pot without being asked. The first mouthful is thin, smoky, and warm enough to matter. Barley softens between the teeth. Onion gives the broth a sweetness almost too gentle for the day. Salt wakes the tongue. Around the fire, faces remain turned toward the lost city, but the bowl passes from hand to hand, and each person drinks before handing it on. This is not celebration. It is life continuing in the smallest possible form. Melanthos accepts the bowl and holds it for a moment before drinking. Food should not become proud, he says. Lysera, exhausted, almost laughs. The sound breaks and becomes breath, but it is still near enough to laughter that others look at her and remember their own mouths. Damon writes that too. Late light spreads over the water where Atlantis stood. The brightness is strangely beautiful, and the beauty feels almost difficult to forgive. The sea does not look guilty. It moves as sea moves, taking shape from depth, wind, broken stone, and the pull of the world beneath it. Here and there, something catches the light. A roof piece, a beam, a bronze fitting, the top of a shrine post, then nothing. Nerea finally sits. No one remarks on it. She lowers herself onto a stone above the path and places both hands on her knees. Her eyes remain open. The western current will carry wreckage toward the dark rocks by morning, she says. Damon looks up. Should we send people? At first light, not before. Night water keeps what it wants. He nods and marks it, because even after the fall there is work. The final movement below comes without thunder. Kleto's hill sinks from sight by degrees of distance and light. Perhaps part of it remains under the water longer than the eye can tell. Perhaps the shrine holds a pocket of air for a while. Perhaps the offering bowl turns over in the current and rests in a place no hand will reach. You do not know. The witness inside you aches toward knowing and receives only the surface of the sea. Atlas does not return to the ridge. Some say he stayed near the column. Some say he led a group toward another rise. Some say a royal boat took him toward the western rocks. None of the accounts can be held yet. The myth will choose later. This day gives only fragments. The companions remain. That is what your body understands as evening comes. Damon with his records, Lysera with the hymn, Nerea with the paths still possible, Melanthos with the chisel that remembers his hand, Mara with barley, children with names, wounded men with bandages made from sailcloth. Not the whole city, never the whole city, but enough human detail to keep Atlantis from becoming only a lesson beneath water. You stand at the ridge until the air cools around you. The sea below holds the last light in long trembling pieces. Ash from the morning still marks your sleeve. When you rub it gently between your fingers, it becomes almost nothing, then less than almost nothing. Yet the warmth it once held returns in memory, and memory for this night is a kind of shelter. The survivors settle above the second ridge. Fires are kept low. Children sleep first. Adults speak in fragments or not at all. Damon wraps the records again and places them inside a clay jar lined with cloth. Lysera folds the hymn beside them, then keeps one corner in her hand until sleep takes her. Nerea lies facing the path downward, still guarding against water in her dreams. Melanthos sleeps with the bronze chisel under one hand. You sit beside the last warm stone near the fire, looking toward the place where the rings have disappeared into darkening water. The sea has taken the plain, the harbors, the merchant tables, the military basin, the polished rails, the archive shelves, the bronze column, the temple steps, and the first shrine bowl. It has not taken the taste of barley shared from a poor pot. It has not taken the sound of the hill hymn entering tired mouths. It has not taken the touch of rope, reed, cup, cloth, chisel, ash, and hand. It has not taken the names Damon wrote before the wax cooled. The night settles. Below the ridge, the water continues moving over Atlantis with no need to explain itself. Above it, the fires soften one by one, and the stone beneath your palm keeps the day's last warmth a little longer than the air. The world grows smaller in a merciful way. First there is the ridge, then the fire, then the stone, then only the warmth held under your hand. The companions grow quiet. Damon's breathing slows near the clay jar. Lysara's fingers loosen from the hymn cloth. Nerea sleeps lightly, one hand still turned toward the ground, as if reading current through earth. Melanthos rests with the chisel against his palm, the old tool finally still. You remain where the warmth remains. The sea below darkens until the lost city is no longer visible, only present. Its walls have gone under, but the hands that built them have not vanished from what you carry. The first hinge holding the shrine gate, the fig tree spared by a bending channel, Atlas pressing a pole near the root, Nerea's rope tightening in the harbor, Damon's forbidden column, Lysara's old note beneath a polished song, Melanthos leaving smoke on the cup because smoke belonged to the day. All of it settles, not as monument, but as touch. The stone slowly cools beneath your palm. It does not give up its warmth all at once. It releases it the way a body releases waking, little by little, without needing to be told. The last light leaves the water. The last voices fade into breath. Somewhere below, beneath the dark and moving sea, a bronze cup may rest on its side. A reed basket may have opened. A broken shard may lie among stones that no council can rename. Here, above the ridge, your hand remains on the stone until warmth and memory become almost the same thing. The journey is complete. Rest well.